На сцену приглашаются Юрий Ушаков, помощник президента Примаковские чтения, Константин Косачев, заместитель председателя Совета Федерации Федерального собрания Российской Федерации, Александр Дынкин, президент ИМЭМО РАН, академик Российской академии наук, Сергей Катырин, председатель правления, президент Торгово-промышленной палаты Российской Федерации. Please welcome to the stage Yury Ushakov, aide to the President of the Russian Federation, Chairman of the Organizing Committee, Konstantin Kosachev, Deputy Speaker of the Federation Council of the Federal Assembly of the Russian Federation, Alexander Dynkin, President of the Primakov Institute of World Economy and International Relations, full member of the Russian Academy of Sciences, Sergey Katirin, Chairman of the Board, President of the Russian Chamber of Commerce and Industry. На сцену приглашаются Юрий Ушаков, помощник президента Российской Федерации, председатель Организационного комитета форума «Примаковские чтения», заместитель председателя Совета Федерации Федерального собрания Российской Федерации Константин Косачев, Александр Дынкин, президент ИМЭМО РАН, академик Российской академии наук, Сергей Катырин, председатель правления, президент Торгово-промышленной палаты Российской Федерации.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, friends. We are beginning this ceremony, opening ceremony of the 9th Primakov readings. We already have a tradition, and I would like to give the floor to the aide to the President of the Russian Federation, Chairman of our organizing committee, Plenipotentiary Ambassador, Mr. Ushakov. Chairman of the organizing committee. Colleagues, friends, and in spite of the bad weather, or the absence of good weather, so we have this gathering, and that's first success, sign of success, because we made it here. So we are at the opening of the 9th International Forum Primakov Readings. It's already the 9th because it was thought as a gathering of international research centers, which was the heart of the idea, and then so we added many politicians, journalists, and many other important stakeholders, and all these readings so have been going on under the auspices of a very important institute, very authoritative, prominent institute, having the name of Primakov. And so then Mr. Putin, the President of the Russian Federation, spoke at our Primakov readings in 2016, and so he has always been sending his welcome address to the participants. So that's a great tradition, and so the President of Russia has not broken this promise, and we have, and the welcome remarks of Mr. President has always been setting the stage for the upcoming discussions. And it's a great honor to me to read his welcome remarks. So then participants and members of Primakov readings, dear members, I'd like to welcome you on the occasion of opening of regular Primakov readings, this international expert forum, having the name of the illustrious and prominent diplomat and scientist, Mr. Primakov, and it got the right place in history. So then in course of open discussions, so the participants not only analyze the key international problems of today, but they consider long-term opportunities, development situation at the global and regional level on the basis of systemic research, scientific approach, and actual facts. So the subject of today's forum is very important: Postglobalization Horizons. We know that the models of globalization that have been shaped and formed by Western states largely and certainly in their own interests, and so now they are in deep crisis. So now just a new, more fair and democratic system is being formed and shaped of international relations which meet the requirements of the global majority. But some countries that have got accustomed to dominate in the world, they don't stop at nothing to maintain its hegemony, and they practice their own rules, on the so-called rules-based order. And so this certainly provoked the crisis situation around Ukraine and the tragic escalation of Palestine-Israeli conflict. Remembering very difficult, turbulent international situation, the participants of the Primakov readings have a lot to think about, have a lot to discuss and debate. And I'd like to wish you sincerely every kind of success and all the best. Vladimir Putin. In my introductory comment, I would like just to work on the assumption of the fact that it's not accidentally that we call this program Primakov readings. And so comparing today's situation with the assessment and evaluation that were voiced by academician Primakov, and you come to the conclusion that he was a real visionary, so capable of panoramic view and that could see the general trends of the future development in the world and the most important scenarios that are being played out right now. So let's remind us that in the second half of the 90s, when the United States were at the pinnacle of their global power, and Primakov not only foresaw the coming of the multipolar world, but played a very important role in the acceleration of this process. He fully understood that the transfer to multipolarity would be quite difficult, and the United States and its allies will do everything, will stop at nothing to maintain, to keep the going hegemony. So he knew that the area fights of the West would be very important, assertive and bloody, and so that's exactly what we're seeing now. And we see the war against Russia in Ukraine, and that's exactly the manifestation of that fight. And we need to remember that getting the ministerial chair on the 7th floor of Moscow skyscraper that was in January 1996. He laid the foundation of many key important points of Russian international policy. So then, as a result of which our country managed to succeed because of Vladimir Putin at the beginning of the 2000s, started this new course of international development. So we're not vassals. And so the main idea is guaranteeing national interests and the self-confidence and full insightful understanding of the evolution of the international events on the international arena. And so then the Primakov turned his aircraft back in spring 1999, flying to the United States, and turned back to Russia. And he was the prime minister of the President Yeltsin. He was very successful prime minister. It was a very daring step, and it was very indicative and very telling. So he wanted to convey the message that when the United States are violating the main principles of international rule, so that sometimes you may say no to that. And at the beginning of his career, Primakov was very much concerned of stepping up an expansion of NATO eastwards, and he was very much concerned about that. Many of you in this conference room may not know about that his first meeting with the ministry, so Evgeny Maximovich, I remember that held in Saturday, exactly 3-4 days after he came to Smolensky Square, so where the building of the foreign ministry is, and so identifying the new steps for the future relations with NATO. And then they spoke about other things, but that was the first working meeting with the managing department of the ministry. So I was head of the Department of International Relations. That actually, so my task was just to take care of the relationship with NATO, and the main task, it was very logical. So we're trying just to find ways to confront this expansion trend of NATO eastwards in Russia. And so then was the idea of the creation of new system of European security that was being shaped right now, and NATO together with other European organizations so would go under the OSCE. And certainly the actions of NATO that were impinging on the principles of indivisibility of security would not be able just to exercise without the agreement of all countries of the European continent. The United States, so then when we talk about this, the secure, honest and fair rules of guaranteeing securities in Europe, so the United States did not agree to that approach, so we tried just to do it, and we came out with these ideas, so with the participation of Primakov to create this indivisibility of security in Europe, but it didn't work out. Our minister had other ideas, so that were following this when we work in Brussels with NATO, and so the main idea was actually just to stop NATO from expanding eastwards. But unfortunately, it didn't work out, and so we didn't get any positive results in these attempts, and we have what we have right now. And as a result, so then so when they ignored the interests of Russia and hence the situation of Ukraine. And so then other Primakov ideas, when he was beginning to work, so then he started just to add better, so he started to develop the ideas of better relations with China. It started in 1999 when Moscow and Beijing accepted the joint declaration about the multilateral world and forming the new world order. So that was the first step of improving relations and joint counteraction to the American hegemony. The first steps were made in those times. So we should not forget about the attempts of Primakov to create the triangle Russia, India, China. And so then his visits to Beijing and Delhi, so they laid the foundation of BRICS, so that became one of the most important instruments of global management of the global majority. So this was Russia is going to chair this expanded institution next year, and naturally so we understand our responsibility to make sure that the new members of BRICS would inscribe themselves successfully into this new institution, and that would expand its influence in the global affairs and global politics. So it is Primakov that contributed to the creation of the so-called the Shanghai Five: China, Russia, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and Tajikistan. That was him. So it was the foundation of the key Eurasian structure as SCO. So creating after the unification of getting Iran, India, and and became so a good foundation for the bigger Asia. Thus, another general highway of the development of another project that was started to deal with during the times when when Putin became the president. Under Primakov, we laid the foundation of our cooperation with Iran. And so this cooperation with Iran, remembering what's happening right now, acquires special importance, and so everyone is very well aware of that. And then with the help of Primakov and the participation of Primakov in April 1997, we signed a historic agreement on the union between Russia and Belarus. And against the background of the hybrid war and the Ukrainian conflict, we see how valuable, how important are the allied relations with Belarus are. And so now just this friendly relationship of the leaders of two countries, Alexander Lukashenko and Vladimir Putin. So we cannot but mention about the region which is now in flames, much owing to a great extent to destructive policy of the United States, because they try to unilaterally untie the Palestinian knot. And so then it's extremely bloody conflict so was actually predictable, and so that's a sustainable, unresolved situation in the context of Palestine-Israeli conflict had the foundation of fateful development of events. And so then Primakov published in 2009 in the magazine Russia Global Politics, he was writing to the fact that the Palestine problem is the largest and the most difficult from the viewpoint of expanding onto the global level. And this possibility is there, that the military measures of Israel not only narrow down the area of operations of terrorist organizations, but expand their activities, and so which actually brought about the tragedy in the Gaza Strip. Even beheading Hamas, even sinking everyone in blood, so they would not be able to ensure security of Israel. And so because the hate of terrorism, and terrorism may flourish and may blow up elsewhere. Primakov was saying that there are two options that stand in the way to our attempts to regulate and settle down the Palestine-Israeli conflict, and so then creating a Palestine state and Israeli state. So that's, I quote, providing to the sides of the conflict an ability themselves, without any outer forces, to come to an agreement. Monopolization of intermediary mission of the United States without their mission. So that's exactly what happened, as was predicted by Mr. Primakov, because the United States helping only one side, and so he tried to monopolize, to hog, trying to resolve the issue of Palestine-Israeli conflict, actually led to this catastrophe. And these tragic events, moreover, and so the humanitarian catastrophe and the huge catastrophe so leads to the fact that so this line of action of the West and the United States, actually they are losing their moral authority. So look on what foundation so then the Middle East countries consolidate, and where they saw the reasons of what's happening in Palestine and Israel, because because they're trying to strengthen their sovereignty, independence, and civilized independence and importance. And I do not doubt for a second that the participants of the readings will certainly pay priority attention to Palestine-Israeli conflict, and spend time just thinking of possible scenarios, endgame scenarios, and ways of getting out of this tragic situation. And the topic of the Primakov readings is much wider and more expansive, and it sounds great, loud, the horizons of post-globalization, big words, but the idea is there, so to discuss the prospects of development of international relations which come as a change for a globalization. And so this new type of relations, so more important role is being played by the countries that adhere to their own interests and sovereignty and independence in their international politics. And that is why, so the bigger part of the global economy and the predominant size of the population contribute to that of those countries. So it's not the confrontation against the West, the second bloc. It's not a new movement of non-alliance movement. It's not that. It's just the other way around. So we're not after blocks, and we are for independence. So because those countries that are just part of this new institution, so they maintain good relations with the United States, and but not to the detriment of their own interests, not to the detriment of good relations with China, Russia, and other Western centers. So the global majority respect the civilized, multifaceted nature of the world, and that did not try just to try to force others become like them. And certainly some of them are political competitors, but on global issues, their competition does not acquire a total and nature. And so then we can watch that their relationship and good relationship continue to grow. So then the global majority, I'd like to mention again, so the appearance of this phenomenon, global majority, testifies to the fact that the epoch of the predominance of the West that lasted from the great geographic discoveries is coming to an end. And the Western centricity, now we're migrating to multipolarity. That's exactly what was forecasted by Primakov. And so the new relations that are being built within the framework of the global majority is a good example of this symphony of civilizations, which is important model of the world, and that's exactly what Mr. Putin spoke about, where an integral part is played by Russia as a separate civilization. So the global majority and its growing interest on international relations at the end of the day actually express the model of multifaceted, multi-civilized, multi-polar world, and the global majority certainly moves in that direction. And our country, with its specific, sustainable, logical moves, certainly will contribute and helps this movement, and we are a driving force of this important process. So at this point, I think that I will finish, and I would like just to sincerely wish all the participants of the Primakov readings interesting discussions and debates. Thank you very much.
Let us thank you for your speech, and especially for talking about Yevgeny Maximovich and his effort and achievement in creating the Russian international policy. Let me pass the floor to the Deputy Chairman of the Council of Federation, Konstantin Kosachov. Thank you so much. For me, it is a great honor to speak at the beginning of the readings, holding the name of Primakov, Mr. Primakov, academician, my head, and still my teacher, my mentor. And last year, our readings were devoted to the transformation of the global order with the subheader on Eurasian dimension. And that's when we clearly felt the global earthquake in international relations and belonging and Russia place at its center. And the Eurasian concept was what we discussed then. And now we perceive it, presently we perceive it as a response to transatlantic concept of the global order that failed to respond to the main challenge of the humanity for equality and fair treatment. And most of us certainly remember this feeling that the world that we are living is at the crossroad, at the breakthrough point. And we survived it some 30 years ago. And at that moment, virtually we had no choice. We had to shape into that transatlantic world that had been created without us, before us, and not for us. We had no choice. We had no options, and hence we had no freedom. It's the choice. It's the option. Is the main condition, main prerequisite of freedom, be it domestically or internationally. And a similar feeling is what we feel now, but with one big difference. We got options. We have got choice, because there was no end of the world with no alternative. And we more and more clearly we see alternatives. It is still murky, amorphous, but it's still shaping and in front of our eyes. And I guess that the organizers of the present, the current Primakov readings are not turning just to the current moment, but to something that is not there yet, but is bound to happen, bound to appear. That is horizons of post-globalization. And with that, we admitted as a fact that the globalization that was the modus operandi for the world since probably 30 years ago, today exhausted its options. So we are yet to discuss what this multipolar world can be, being the model of new globalization, but with a principally different basis. And multipolarity is virtually a democratic model of globalization. I would call it slightly provocative. It's a new liberal global order, world order. A couple of years ago, at this Munich conference on security in the online mode, and we participated, and I actually came up with a similar idea that the real liberal world order is not exactly what someone is trying to sell us. One of the discussion participants, I believe that, ex-Polish foreign minister Radek Sikorski, in response said with surprise that how can actually Russia speak in favor of liberal order? And I had to clarify my idea. Is that something that the West proclaims is not a democratic or liberal model of the global order? And that's when I said you have built something that you really fight in some individual states, because the dictatorship of liberalism is not a liberal order. The United States are Saddam Hussein and Muammar Gaddafi together of the global order, if we just explain it plainly. If we take this model with all the sanctions, economic repressions, with so-called humanitarian actions against independent countries, with extraterritorial use of law and punishment of third countries for not obeying the rules of someone else's rules. So once it happens in some individual state, non-nuclear state, the United States would have certainly imposed sanctions or probably subject them to some humanitarian bombing. And that's the world they have built, and they are trying to continue. And so what we see is a rebellion against this global order, a democratic rebellion by nature. And this Western alleged idea about the fight of democracy against autocracy describes the current situation, the present situation in the world, with one just a doubt that it's us and the majority are fighting for democracy, while the Westerners, the Western bloc, behaves in a very authoritarian manner. And Russia is now at the front line of this progress. It's our historical mission, and it's our understanding of the fact that our goals cannot be carried out when there is only one power, global power center of force. We have no choice. We had to make this military, to arrange this military operation, and we have to lead in the new system with the fair globalization of zero nature. Before we come to some universal globals of governance, the world has gone through the phase of regionalization and countries concentrating on their own affairs. This is a natural phase, and without it, we cannot achieve multipolarity. As wise people said before joining together, we need to understand our separate nature, individual nature. Countries have propensity to create unions. So far, only two unions in the history of humanity exceeded their borders. That is NATO and the European Union. In both cases, along with the goals of removing internal barriers and facilitating internal cooperation between the countries, those two blocs actually impose their will and interest to third countries and even external organization. Virtually, they have demolished the Council of Europe. Now they are ruining OSCE and actually even target the sovereignty of the United Nations. And international law does not regulate at all such actions, which presents a clear and a danger to the whole humanity, and has to be discussed within the deliberations about the future world order. And the propensity of countries to solve their problems individually is natural, but the United States strives to build new alliances under their own control over local processes after the failure of so-called Mid-East bloc that NATO wanted to create, and that actually turned it to this tragedy. They got to the Asia-Pacific, and it is not the limit. There is no end to it. So independent regional countries, independent regional alliances are created for the interest of local countries. We used to protect the idea of integration for integration. When the continental collaboration space would be built through integration alliances like European Union, Eurasian Economic Union, SCO, ASEAN, and other alliances. But most important is to have the dialogue on an equal basis. And certainly the Western Bloc would never be happy about it. And now the Asian community and the Global South were not sufficiently integrated, but now we are entering the new age, and the only promising way of global development lies in this area of a dialogue and integration. It's only this way that we can have the new globalization or post-globalization. Based on new principles. A year ago, here, I was talking about the need of institutionalization of multipolarity. We need to create, just like our geopolitical rivals created a global currency, global institutions, even global contests and awards where only their own people can win, their own entities can win those awards. And multipolarity becomes more and more relevant. Real multipolarity. We need to talk about applied topics like future mechanism of finances and taxation, regulation, fighting poverty, climate change, pandemic, protecting the interest of the most vulnerable, not the most powerful states, and the role of universal cross-country alliances free from dictatorship of minority, well-mobilized and well-managed minority. I believe that this agenda, global agenda, will really help countries to act on the real democratic basis. So, in conclusion, I would like to wish you, as usual, productive work, interesting discussions, new ideas, intellectual revelations, which are certainly can happen in this illustrious community. We thank you so much for your wonderful and accurate description of Primakov reading ideas this year. Allow me to pass the floor to the chairman of the board, president of the Trade and Commerce Chamber of Russia, Sergey Lebedev. Good morning, dear colleagues. I'm happy to welcome all of you here at the current Primakov readings and the aggravation of Russian relations with the West and attempts to isolate Russia and economic sanctions have impacted and hit both Russia and many countries that have nothing to do with this opposition. And it's again the proof that the world has become interdependent long ago, and we cannot go away from it. And the attempts to exclude Russia from the global economic relations do not work out. So within those global processes, we would like to try to look behind the time horizons to see the new centers of force and some trends that we can build on. And again, we cannot. So Mr. Primakov was so. We cannot be surprised enough at the wisdom of Mr. Primakov. He spoke about two scenarios. According to one of them, the United States will distance themselves from active participation in international relations and concentrate on technology, focus on the new global order to multipolarity. But according to another scenario, so NATO-centrism focus will prevail, and the United States will decide to use force against the situations and countries which they don't approve. And it will bring NATO to the level of an international organization, which will actually bring three countries together, China, Russia, and India, to get closer for their own interest, and it can cause confrontation on different levels. So unfortunately, that's exactly the scenario that is happening in front of our eyes. Today we see BRICS, SCO, the European Economic Union growing their influence, and but for the purpose of equal and mutually beneficial cooperation, not destruction. So these processes cannot be stopped, as they are linked to development of ideas of creative partnership, and role of Russia is very important here. And according to Mr. Primakov, the Russian factor is not going to be the least in those scenarios. This is our opportunity, perspective, our strength. He was convinced that the only alternative for Russia is the use of internal reserves and capacities for qualitative and quantitative growth of economics. That's what our President Putin mentioned at the meeting on strategic development and national projects, saying that we need to be proactive to submit proposal to grow production forces and services and create new industries, new capacities, whole industries with advanced technologies. And it is important to improve the dialogue with the friendly countries, industrial cooperation, to identify new ways of technological partnership, to turn to the East, which is happening, judging by the indicators of the Russian external trade. According to the Customs Service, actually, approximately 70% of the total turnover of Russia falls on Asia, and the cooperation with Europe keeps dwindling. The export to Europe over the last 9 months reduced by 70% compared to the previous year, same period. And import from Europe fell by 10%, and the same rates we see, but for the growth with Asia. And so we observe new configuration of the markets, new geography for Russia. We believe that midterm, approximately this configuration cooperation will prevail, will be preserved. And as a system of trade and commerce and industry chambers, we see we need to expand cooperation with the CIS, SCO, BRICS, Asia-Pacific countries, Middle East, Africa, APEC, Latin America. And speaking about the geography, we see that we still keep market nature of Russian economy. No one argues about it, and the businesses select who to trade with.
And so then good relations, so very strong, especially strong in the post-Soviet space. With only so there's sometimes there's no language barriers. So then the availability of mentality, understanding, industrial standards, some minimal technical barriers. All these positive factors need to be followed through upon by new projects of cooperation in the area of industry and infrastructure, which actually increases our economic cooperation, which we refer to as we go deep and wide. It's very important that we've been working very actively in this area. Our businesses are beginning just to build new integration opportunities, following new integration opportunities in the CIS countries. And the current geopolitical situation in the CIS countries is built in a way that so that if we weaken our presence in any of the CIS countries or start looking elsewhere, then our place immediately will be taken up by someone else. So then the people from Washington and Brussels, so they exactly want just to oust us, and in the CIS countries. Then the energy cooperation in Europe, starting with the gas pipes deal. So we thought it would last for centuries. That a cooperation with European and American interests would be for centuries. That without our titanium, so the global most powerful countries would never be able just to get along without. So you remember that there is no such a crime, as Marx quote said, that the capital would go for if there is a premium of 300%. But everything was hanging by a thread. So then the countries, the companies that have been working here for more than a century went. And under the situation, we never thought that would be possible. That's why we need just to monitor the situation and maintain long-standing relationship and keep good relations with foreigners and foreign companies who continue to be present in Russia, don't want to go, and want to continue good relations with Russian businesses and good business relations with the G7 countries. I hope that they will be coming back, and so some members of the Russian Chamber of Commerce are making such conclusions that it will be coming soon. So then the relationship with Western business that stays in Russia, and we need to encourage them in spite of very high pressure applied by Brussels and Washington, in spite of all the attacks, publication of different academic institutions like the Institute of Yale, so different black lists. So this business that decides to stay, we need just to provide every kind of support to help in Russia to that kind of business from the viewpoint of contribution to the Russian economy, and we need to demonstrate our propitious international climate in business. So in the Valdai readings, Putin came out with new program of future global forum. So just talking about what we need to strive for and what we need to get. So President spoke about the world of collective solutions, global solutions. And if Mr. Primakov were with us today, he would definitely support this idea, and certainly he would have approved so all the changes and the new attempts to change the world order in the world. Thank you very much, Sergey Nikolaevich. I would like just to say a few words, and I'd like just to express my deep gratitude to the President of Russia, Mr. Putin, for the warm, welcoming comments and unfailing support of our forum. And so we cannot but overestimate the key role in the organization and holding these Primakov readings. So then we need just to, we owe much to Yury Ushakov, Aide, the President of the Russian Federation. We recognize them. So I'd like to thank all those who spoke at the opening ceremony. I would like to say that the 2023 tells us that the global dynamics cannot wait until the West understands the absence of the future of the Ukrainian conflict. So then the G20 New Delhi, so the global community made the first step to the post-global, post-Ukrainian world. So meaning that the globalization American style and global management on the basis of Western rule-based order so is the thing of the past. So then the prime ministers did not allow the Indian ministers so did not allow to finish that forum with their resolution. So then a long-term legacy of Afghanistan and Iraq, and then the reduction of the economic weight of the United States are symptoms of the coming polycentric world. So another very important event of 2023 is the idea of the expansion of BRICS, and Moscow will become a chair so in the coming year. And so the importance of $32 trillion of GDP, which is close to 1/3 of global economy, of global GDP. So then, and then 17 countries are waiting to join. So the joint economic potential of these countries as automotive industry, metals, oil, food, mineral, fertilizers, so they even exceed the potential of G7. So these and other events, so building new blocks of new globalization of the 21st century. So the sanctions war against Russia and China, the Ukrainian crisis, and the pandemic certainly have been very detrimental to the globalization the way we knew it in the last 30 years. So the globalization was denied these basic values like cheap labor, cheap money, cheap energy, cheap logistics. It's all the thing of the past. Globalization has failed to welcome the changes, climatic, migration crisis, pandemic, COVID-19, they failed to handle those issues as well. Russia, in the last 300 years, starting from Peter III, so then certainly Europe was a role model for Russia. So this period is coming to an end. We need to reconsider ourselves and think of ourselves as a self-dependent, self-sufficient partner of Eurasian and the developing global South. And so then the markets are developing in our support to maintain the technological leadership. A good example on Friday. So in this conference room, on the conference about the AI, here in this room, Mr. Putin compared the importance of this technology for our country with the nuclear projects of a century of 50 years ago, and so then the application of AI in Russia. So tomorrow at 9:30 we'll have a special guest, Alexei Likhachev, head of Rosatom. So that's a very intensive, very powerful, very efficient corporation. Certainly will continue to have historic relations with Europe, cultural relations with Europe, but sometimes this detached manner from the old world is inevitable, because that will be it will be our response to the big lie of the West. So when Mr. Merkel was saying that the West was trying just to lie and to deceive Russia concerning the future of Ukraine, and by the way, that's something that was confirmed by the Security Council of the United Nations. And so then the mistakes of the West. So then the economic catastrophe in Russia that they hoped for debacled. And so then the sanctions and economic war debacled. And so then they spoke about the offensive of the Ukrainian army debacled as well. So the attempt to isolate Russia from the global markets failed. And so that's why we speak. The foreign affairs speak openly about that. Charles Kapcher spoke about that quote. So this evaluation opens up a very awkward truth, where the West is on an unstable trajectory, which manifests itself in big divergences between the goals and the ideas, and so because the military goals of Ukraine are impossible, and so then we need to reconsider. If Trump comes back, it's quite a realistic possibility, and this outcome will definitely weaken or maybe stop the support of Ukraine by the United States. So the idea is very easy. So let's save American investments in the wide sense of the word, and the Kiev regime abandoning so the utopia of regaining the borders of 1991. So this transition from unipolar to multipolar, what would it look like? We don't know. So the trend, there is a big trend to big multipolarity, polycentricity. What shape would it look like? We don't know. So, but the global north, so bipolarity, and the global, and then in the north, this bipolarity can be seen already. So military and economic and technological bipolarity is being shaped right now. The SCO in the last 10 years. And the weight of China in that area has grown. So 42% of GDP is located there. More than half of the military spending is there as well. So then the leading expert, so then Chinese and other, so Professor of Yansun Tun and other researchers and scientists, so they talk about the divisioning of the global economy into two blocks, China-centric and U.S.-centric, two blocks. So the export from China went down to all countries. So the only market that's been growing is Russia. So the exports to Russia grows, and the 57% growth. So we register, and so the importance of our relations is increasing, and I think that we need to stop. So talking that we're getting off our knees, or just we need just to make a dash to Europe, or just to go back to Asia. So as Mr. Bulgakov was saying, so they will offer it all and they will give it all themselves, and you then have to do to plead. So New Delhi and Ankara so took diametrically opposite positions. So that's another statement of the multi-central nature of the world. So every country is just trying to strive for its own interests, and I don't think that the future world order will have no conflicts. So certainly there will be multifaceted nature. So there will be different ideas, but certainly the main idea that all the problems should be resolved on the basis of collective, even and equal dialogue. Our relations with China, they're not a formal union, and certainly because the United States that are trying just to slow down China and Russia, this strengthen our partnership between China and Russia. And so we can see that because what we see now is the product of Western culture as reliance on unipolarity and the military attempts to resolve the issue in that way, like it was during Cold War. So the majority of the global South supported this. They did not agree with the Ukrainian interpretation of the conflict in Ukraine. They did not. So the future global order is being shaped right now. And so we're ready for any eventuality. And I'm confident that the multipolar world is predominantly preferable to Russia. But we need to create new institutions, global things that will help to manage. So G20 and BRICS and SCO and APEC and the Eurasian Economic Union. So these new institutions will help. So the role of such universal institute of UN need to increase as well. And so then there are Western institutions managed from Washington, NATO, ES, AUKUS, NATO, etc. Certainly they will counteract our attempts to do that, and so they will try certainly to include the centers of force into their orbit, and so that is why. So we need to understand the geometry of their interests and always respond on the basis of protecting our own interests. Inevitably, so we can observe the the rising of international conflicts. Because from Ukraine to the Middle East, from Taiwan to Afghanistan, from Syria to Kosovo, all these issues, these conflicts will be on the rise because they are related to growing independence of the states, redistribution of power between the old and new centers, and so gravitating towards national interests, gravitating towards cultural and historic values. So you can see it in Western Europe, in the Southern Caucasus, in the Balkans, and around Taiwan. All this tells us about the necessity of new development of new principles of new global world order. So all these issues of the current and the new forms, so then the rising shapes and forms of the new world order that are being shaped right now, and that we are witnessing the first signs of that. So let me remind you that Mr. Primakov was the first director of the International Intelligence Service. So Primakov always called a spade a spade. He spoke openly and he spoke specifically. That's how he worked at ИМЭМО, and that's how he worked in intelligence. So uncluttered, clearly ordered mind. And I would like to thank him wholeheartedly for that. Allow me to thank the Foundation of Presidential Grants and our sponsor, specifically for SAGRA, so our flagship sponsor, and certainly our great information partners. Would like just to recognize the International of Center of International Trade, Global Trade, and just would like to thank them for their contribution and other cooperation and other institutions that have laid the foundation and helped us a lot to organize this event. And in spite of the dramatic events of the current year, so 57 experts of the highest level from 26 countries participate. It's 1.5 times more than last year that participate. So then new 26 young Russian scientists from different countries. We have more than 100 international participants from 31 countries. And then from the Russian side, 700 participants, and we have more and more people. And so I would like to thank Primakov Readings for that effort. So then 56 diplomats have been registered from Moscow embassies, representative offices, and Your Excellence, I would like to welcome you, and I wish you interesting, good discussions and fruitful debates. At this point, we have finished our introductory part of our meeting.
Сессия 1 «Политические риски для мировых энергетических рынков» начнется через 15 минут. Dear ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you to the coffee break. The next session, Political Risks for Global Energy Markets, begins in 15 minutes.
7, круглый стол. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ага, спасибо.
Уважаемые дамы и господа, сессия 1 «Политические риски для мировых энергетических рынков» начинает свою работу. Dear ladies and gentlemen, session 1 «Political risks for global energy markets» starts. На сцену приглашаются модератор Елена Телегина, декан факультета международного энергетического бизнеса Российского государственного университета нефти и газа имени Губкина, Сергей Иванов, специальный представитель президента Российской Федерации по вопросам природоохранной деятельности, экологии и транспорта, Владимир Беловидов, заместитель директора по научной работе ИМЭМО РАН, Сергей Кудряшов, генеральный директор «Зарубежнефть», Мехди Санаи, профессор Тегеранского университета, посол Ирана в России с 2013 по 2019 годы, Станислав Жуков, заместитель директора по научной работе ИМЭМО РАН. Please welcome to the stage moderator Elena Telegina, Dean of the Faculty of International Energy Business, Gubkin University of Oil and Gas, Sergey Ivanov, Special Presidential Representative for Environmental Protection, Ecology and Transport, Vladimir Milovidov, Deputy Director for Scientific Work, ИМЭМО, Sergey Kudryashov, General Director of Zarubezhneft, Mehdi Sanai, Associate Professor at the University of Tehran, Iran, Stanislav Zhukov, Deputy Director for Scientific Work, ИМЭМО.
Уважаемые коллеги, просьба рассаживаться. Мы начинаем нашу сессию. Она у нас...
Dear colleagues, please take your seats and let us start our session, which is going to be very dynamic. May we have our slides, please? So, today our first session is going to be around the most relevant topics of the present situation, that is energy markets and political risks. Very acute turbulence that is observed in the energy market and the conflict in the Middle East that impacted the political risks. And it overlaps with the high uncertainty of the future, the forecasts and scenarios of demand for conventional organic fossil fuels, for a green agenda that is a dominant trend in some regions, and in the economic unstable situation certainly aggravates the economic situation, and the explosion in the Middle East will certainly impact the prices. So, though it has not, in spite of the discount, the Russian oil sells with a lower gap compared to last year, and the turbulent political situation opens new opportunities for the world and for the companies that move forward and try to find some new logistic routes and use this uncertainty to look for alternatives. And today we would like to discuss these questions with our prominent panelists. We have 4 speakers here and 1 online speaker. And I would like to pass the floor first to Sergey Borisovich Ivanov, a special representative of Russian Special Presidential Representative for Environmental Protection and Transport. Good morning, dear friends. First, I'm very happy to be here at Primakov readings. As Yevgeny Maximovich used to be my boss, and I respect and love him so much. And let me start by explaining why I am here, because I'm not an expert in oil or energy. It's not by my background, but the reason is very simple. Without logistics, there is no trade. There is no global trade. Trade is dead without logistics. So, transportation corridors matters, and the routes of global trades are very significant for Russia, no less significant than the energy sector. And let me switch to our topic immediately. So today at the opening we heard about the global profound changes in geopolitics, and that's exactly what's happening in logistics, and it certainly concerns Russia directly. Russia is a global country, and I believe that we have not been paying sufficient attention to development of eastern routes of our transportation sector, that is the Far East and the North and the South. And we should have developed the ports in the Baltics that we have been putting every effort in. But the sanctions proved that, it's just holding by a thin thread. Holding by, said who of the speakers at the opening said it very rightly. Now, we so far hear some threats that the Dutch Straits can be kind of restricted for Russia, for Russian vessels that carry energy resources. And so far we hear talks about it, but the Black Sea and Dardanelles, the Baltic Sea with Dutch Straits, actually this is a remote danger that means that we need to develop the Pacific ports. We have 2 regions. That is the Far East and Murmansk, and now we are actively building the new port. And by the year end, the head of Russian Railways promised that the rail tracks to that deep water port will be finished, will be constructed. And this deep water and non-freezing, unlike the Baltic ports, you don't need icebreaker, you don't need to deepen them, and you're out of the port. You go right, the North Marine Way, and you go left. There's Atlantic Ocean, and no one will stop you. And let me start talking about the other corridor, north-south. And speaking about this North-South and the promising nature for Russia, it's not a new idea. I remember in 1999, when I was the Security Council Secretary, we were discussing this idea. And early in the century, I visited the new Ala port in the Caspian Sea in Astrakhan area. It works, but not at full capacity. It requires it's hungry for new investments to make it deeper, to build new capacities, infrastructure. But the main reason to develop the North-South corridor does not happen because of military operation in Ukraine. It is not it was triggered early in 2021, and I want to remind you, just like the Suez Channel. A huge, in 2021, huge container actually was kind of turned and it got stuck in the Suez Channel. It got grounded. And why am I mentioning it? Because it took a week to take it off the ground. And and 450 marine vessels were blocked. They couldn't just pass. 12% of the global trade goes through Suez Channel. 1 hour of the Suez Channel blockage cost $400 million. And it took a week. Just calculate the number. 400 million times 24 hours per day, and then multiply by 7. These were the losses of the global trade just because of one accident. And so what were the alternative routes? That's when the question arose about the alternatives. North, south, twice as fast, shorter. And certainly there are many problems. Strange as it is, but it's tariffs because waiting at the customs clearance, border control. So we are yet to arrange it. But at least we have a complete political consent of all the stakeholders, Azerbaijan, Iran, about this route. With private investment, including the Persian Gulf countries' investment, will be developed with private investment. And partially, I would say in this very simple way, this route is up and running already in 3 directions. To the east, along the eastern shore of Caspian through Kazakhstan and Turkmenia, once a week, the Russian railways go this way with containers, but it's certainly a drop in the sea. The marine route from Ali to Iran ports, Iranian ports, and then transshipment to railway to Bandar Abbas in the Persian Gulf, and the western route through Azerbaijan via Azerbaijan, and there's only one problem. There are no railway track for 148 kilometers between the Resh-Pastara, between Azerbaijan and Iran. So there is a gap of 148 kilometers of railways. There are no railways. And now the focus is on building these 148 kilometers. Persian Gulf countries actually joined this project, and Eastern Africa shows their interest. And I will only give you, just to stir the audience and make it less official, I'll give you one example. By the way, thanks to Evgeny Maximovich, I worked as a resident in one African country, and I got to love tropical fruits like mango. I love mangoes. And so, a month ago, a railway, the whole train from Pakistan, completely loaded with mangoes, ran from the south along this north-south corridor. In 4 days, it reached Russia, and it's a world record. So certainly the share of mango is not comparable to energy resources. It's a peanuts, but it's nice. It works. That speaking about north-south, certainly northern marine route. It has to do with environment and climate change. Arctic melts twice as fast compared to other surfaces of the globe. There are, boon and bane, but the transportation benefits are obvious. And many Russian companies, as far as I know, started supplying their products to the east. For instance, Norilsk Nickel, who used to sell exclusively to Europe and Russia, now they take part of their products to the east through the northern route, northern marine ocean route. I'm not even talking about LNG and the other things that everyone knows. There's no comment required, but the northern route has huge potential for Russian and global trade, because I'm absolutely confident, absolutely positive. The turnover is growing. It works. Certainly, we need icebreakers, and I insist to have icebreakers, because God forbid some environmental accident happens to a ship in the Arctic. The environmental damage will be 2 to 3 times higher than in other regions, because the Arctic nature is the most vulnerable, and the oil spills or petroleum products spills will have horrible consequences, absolutely devastating damage. So we need to treat this northern marine route, the Arctic route, with special care. But even the ice-class vessels, there are huge numbers in the world. And the logistic companies and relevant countries will certainly have huge benefits instead of circling around the South Africa or Suez Channel to use the northern marine route. It's a huge benefit for everyone. And the eastern polygon, the railway routes that, I will not be giving you many comments, but the eastern track for Russia, eastern route, has huge significance, because you can make very good money with transit. Here we have probably representatives of Russian railways, but during the pandemics, when the marine transportation from China to Europe shrank a lot, our Russian railways actually got rich with transit cargo transportation from China to Europe. So I hope that's it for myself. I hope I managed to convince you that it's not just a matter of present moment. It is a long-term factor, and we need to pay great attention, and Europe will always be there. They will not be able to disappear. So how high do you think are the political risks building this new transportation infrastructure to the east, those multimodal corridors? The Nord Stream needed coordination on the top political level, the economic feasibility. The investment so far has not paid off. What are we risking this turbulent environment?
I think that less risk when we started to develop ports in the Baltic Republic, said the northern pipeline, so it's much less risks. So when we were building the north pipelines, so we had a good buyer that was willing, he agreed to this project, because it's not only a Russian project. You remember that this investments half and half, so European Russian investments. It was not a Russian project, and and it's hard to say, but I think that so compared to to the European routes, so the Baltic area, trading area, if we compare that. So then the northern way, north-south, I think that that's much more reliable from the viewpoint of politics and geopolitics, much more reliable, much better, much more predictable. No risks there from north to south and the northern route. So they don't exist. So that such risks just not exist. But I'd like to give the floor to our next speaker, Mr. Lebedev, a PhD, Deputy Director for Scientific Work, Primakov Institute of World Economy and International Relations. Vladimir, so we are interested whether we will be able just to leave dollars in the new world order and against the sanctions that have been imposed, and our move to the east will be able to leave the dollar area. I'll try to answer this question. So then, the name of the session is forces me to talk about political risks. And that is why I think I will start talking about the political risks. Although, in my view, so there is no identification where the political risks begin, where they end, where economic risks begin, where the social risks, cognitive risks. It's all just continuously welded thing. So, but we're living in a world of big data and processing of big data, and that is why so we have new resources that coming up with the help of which we can analyze many processes that were hidden from the researchers' eyes. So we have new technologies, resources that allow us to analyze, to do the content analysis of the program of political parties as well. And if we look at the statistics that is accumulated by such big data resources, so that's, searching for the used words, or frequented words. So we can see this trend that even in conservative parties, conservative programs, I'm not talking about the liberal parties, so the so-called terminology against the growth is more and more growing. And that tells us that, unfortunately, so the forecasts that are being made currently by the economists vis-a-vis a slowing down of the economic growth, so they're not only they do not only rely on some economic factors, but they rely on the change of ideology that is reflected in the political sphere, and that is why we can conclude that this change of views at the global order. So we can see this conferences, meetings, so they after growth period, beyond growth, without growth. So these new terms, this new definition, the economy of public, so that will allow public economy that will allow just to slow down the economic development of the world. And from political risks ensue other risks that actually bifurcate. So the first way, that we have mentioned today, and Mr. Kosachev spoke earlier about that. So these are he actually called sanctions repressions. So actually, so in a way, so they are repressions. But there is another aspect. At the end of the day, it's a kind of extraterritorial protectionism. The sanctions are, because it's a way to protect your own business on the territory of your own country. But whenever you want to protect your own business on the territory of another country, so then you have only one way to do that: to put pressure on this country and to annihilate those who compete your business. And sanctions, at the end of the day, is a means of cutting the competitors from the international markets that the country that imposes sanctions want to achieve. What does it lead to? So it leads to the markets getting less transparent. So then the intermediaries appear, chains of supplies appear, logistics is getting broken, and so other processes. So that's something that any businessman wants, so which is the transparency of the market, is lost. is lost. And in this murky environment, we cease to understand where what moves where, what price, so where vessels go, so where they leave oil or just or liquid natural gas, LNG, etc. And that is why that's why accidents are much more possible. So the same goes for political risks. I'm not against the ecological agenda, green agenda, but there is this. It turns into the ecology dogmatism. So where at the end of the day, what's happening? I'm not against it, because when they impose certain doctrines, set ideas on the rest of the world, which can lead to the destabilization of the market, unbalancing of the global market. So there was this slide at the beginning. So if we can show it, we can go back to this slide. At the beginning. Because this green agenda, so there is this chart of investments into energy industry, energy market. So you can see the relationship between the investments in traditional sources of energy, right in the corner, and the fossils. So by 2050, you can see they need to dwindle, to change drastically. And so that's one way. But if we look at the forecast of the Global Energy Agency, so which promises the forecast of net zero. So they predict that. So where traditional sources of energy will have only 20% of energy consumption, and renewables 80% of consumption. At the same time, so the same agency evaluated and concluded so that only $4 trillion should go into renewables, and into traditional less than 200 billion. So that's why the relationship is 1 to 4, and the second is 1 to 20. And so then there is another risk, the risk of investments. And I think that our colleagues will certainly talk about that in greater detail. So when they start asking, so A, where you will get all the money, B, how are you going just to pay back, to recoup the investments, and what investors and what expectations of the businesses that expect, what kind of interest the businesses are ready to expect, so in order to make it interesting for them to invest. And so that is why it's very difficult will be to attract investors into these sources of energy. That will certainly impact the prices. Naturally, another issue that you raised. So one way or the other, so we overcome the sanctions risks. So understand that the demand for power, energy, will definitely grow. But there's an issue: how to pay. How to pay? Because even if we know how to carry oil, so without Western warranty, and without using our own tankers, but how to pay? Although just now, we have international insurance, we know just how to carry oil, and still, so how to pay back? How to pay? We will look at it. So we will look at the trading rows, cargo loads, and ways. So you can see that in the Asian Pacific volume of trading. So the direct investments go there. So portfolio investments go there. Everything but 74% of the inter-regional trade in Asian Pacific region is the dollar. So do they need this dollar there or not? Certainly for all the trade there. So hoping for digital currencies, so they do not give you an answer, because these coins and the stable coins that they use, $121 billion capitalization of the currencies that are pegged to the dollar, and the capitalization of stable coins pegged to yen, Turkish lira, Chinese RMB, rupee, all together. So they're 1,000 times less. So they're not even reach 200 million. So that's why. So there are conditions of forming new international currency systems. So we need to form it. So, but who is going to integrate? What countries integrate in this new international currency systems? And so because those who want to integrate, so they don't have convertible currencies of their own. So that's why way out of the situation will be a continuous, slow mixed multipolar international currency system. That on the one hand, so traditional currencies and traditional currency transactions with some elements of goods clearing will develop, and so this combination of risks. So even those that I have defined, so they lead and force us to think that the future will be quite far away from what it is being described, and so very being described. And that's why at a certain stage, so we'll see that the cost of energy resources will be much higher than we expect right now for the future. And in conclusion, I would like to say that recently I found a good map of two American cities, Chicago and New York, and one made at the beginning of the 20th century. So with the location, or what do you think? So then charging stations for electric cars. We need to remember that electric cars appeared before the cars with internal combustion engines. But at that time, it was a dead end. Investments, demand, efficiency. So they actually got the upper hand, and certainly so cars with internal combustion engines came to the fore, and electric cars died out. And so now they're coming back so many years later. So we have to change the system. What risks are inherent to it, and what kind of energy consumption we expect in the future? That's a big question that there is no answer to it. So the estimates show that the cost of electric cars, so then the cost of energy consumption of energy for electric cars is much higher than the cost you have to apply to produce and operate internal combustion engines. And that is why we need to find new ways how to find a way out of this complicated and murky situation. Thank you. In your expert opinion, how quickly so the formation of new financial centers will occur so that the global trade would migrate from dollar to RMB? I'm watching right now. I'm not a specialist on China, but I can tell you that as a person who is in finance business, and so this transfer, this reshufflement in the hard currency combination, and visiting the central bank by Xi Jinping recently, always tell us that they pay attention to it, and so this reshuffling is and RMB is turning into a big international currency, and now the center of economic flows, investment flows, and so today China. On outcoming portfolio investments, debt and financial instruments, they invest all in their region, in China, not outside. They invest everything domestically. That's why, because the concentration in Asia of new financial center is inevitable. This is an inevitable process that will force everyone to use Chinese RMB, even without China wishing it done. So I'd like next to give the floor to the next speaker, Mr. Kudryshov, General Director of Zarubezhneft JSC, the company that has been working very actively in many years, in many countries for many years. What's your take of risks and prospects for Russian companies against the background of very difficult arrangement of the international commodities market? So I will just follow up on the presentations of my colleagues. We fully realize that the transformation, or geopolitical transformation, it leads to the drastic changes of a fuel complex, including Russia, since Russian Federation accounts for 10% of production of oil, and in trade of hydrocarbons of 20% of global share. And so that's why our movement to our logistics, they lead to this effect of generating. So we were trading on FOB, so we had same St. Petersburg stock market, stock exchange, everything just traded there. So we got good money. We got everywhere. All global traders came, participated at the St. Petersburg stock exchange. And so then since February 2022, the situation drastically changed. So that's why now we didn't have much experience of international trading market operations. So now just we have to deal with insurance, with big oil-bearing vessels, and logistics has changed. So now just we are migrating towards the Indian market. So we were learning always the time the new skills we have been acquiring because we need to survive in this situation. So to say that we addressed all the issues, certainly we can't say that because the situation is quite fragile and challenging. And so we spoke. So we spoke about the logistics and the physical volumes of trade. And it's only just the iceberg tip. We see only one little tip of the iceberg. This huge mass of the iceberg is under the water. We can't see it. And so then hedging, that's one of the financial markets issue. Debt, insurance, all this. So here we have a lot of things to learn and to move and to develop. So then the second presentation was saying that it's a very important area. The risks are there, lots of inherent risks, and we need to find mechanism of addressing these issues. And certainly, so this situation also requires from us always improving and getting better, more professional. So how to describe this situation? So the volume of investments in oil and gas complex starting from 2014 until 2020 went down. And many even say to the fact that was underfinanced. So especially upstream underfinancing will lead to very critical things in the downstream. And we see that in the last 3 years, so it's a reversal now. So we can see that the upstream investments have been growing. It didn't start in 2022, but in 2020 started. And so we can see that's the increase of investments in upstream. So American companies like Chevron, Exxon, so they have made big acquisitions of shale companies, Harris, Pioneer. So this multi-billion investments, and so then people made these investment decisions. If they did so, say they see the good prospects for themselves and of these areas, and then the market of services, especially on shelf, offshore, drilling and production. So while the cost of jackup was less than 40,000 for a day. And so now the jackup of offshore platform come up to 200,000 for one day. And we say that so the utilization was 50-60%. Now the utilization is 90% of those platforms. And so that's why these concerted efforts, we can see that there's a lot, there's big investments, big capacity. So there's Qatar, the United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, everyone is moving in that direction. And so that's why the forecasts, so that the green world will be winning, so these forecasts to that effect. So we can see that certainly, so then at the same time we need to be more pragmatic. That's why people invest. So that's why they invest in the alternative sources of energy, which is alternative to the green energy efforts. And so when you see this, when there's a synergy with our business, so solar, batteries, wind, so we introduce these renewables even in Russia whenever it's profitable and it makes sense. We do that on our sites as well. But we think that we so can be competitive because solar and wind. So then we have huge factors. So we're not competing with them, but we have great competences in oil production and gas. So we have found for ourselves this geothermal energy. 70% is underground, and some big companies like Chevron went this way, and because the energy of Earth has not yet been properly utilized. And so we can see that we, with our skills, can be competitive. That's on geothermal market. So then the islands, the Eastlands experience, we have regions where we have big areas of geothermal energy. And also then some localized energy zones where this can produce a lot of give us a lot of money, because we see synergy and we see that we can achieve good results. That's why we're working. That's why we do not deny this, and but we see that we need to follow through on that and to develop further. And that's why this multi-vector development of our company makes our company sustainable and make our company sustain any eventuality that might occur in the international markets, and our skills so allow us to stay on the surface of the water. Thank you, Sergey Ivanovich. Certainly, diversification and certainly the flexible approach allows to find the right vector. But I can't but ask you, what's your take on creating your own benchmark? So then to abandon international benchmarks and for example, so then the oil price top. So how to evade that?
Well, there is nothing difficult about it as a physical benchmark, tangible, but we need to understand that we need to create a huge financial infrastructure about it. It's not just oil and gas companies, but the issue goes beyond our industry, but doesn't have to be done. Yeah, we keep saying a lot, we keep talking about financial and technological sovereignty. Probably the previous presentation was about the financial markets dominated by dollar. All the debt is linked to the dollar. And today we sign contracts, we conclude contracts also linked to our currency, but still they have dollars behind them. So in order to move to benchmarking, we really need to create a common infrastructure, or otherwise there will always be winners in this game. And our next participant will speak online. That is Professor of Tehran University Mehdi Saneh, ex-ambassador of Iran in Russia in 2012, 2013. So, yes, the floor is yours, Mr. Saneh.
Thank you very much. I hope you hear me well. First, I want to thank organizers of the conference for inviting me. And I'm sorry that some commitments just in these days in Tehran didn't give me this chance to participate in person. Then the conference is enough important, and it's named by Yevgeny Primakov, who is very respectable in Iran and well-known his ideas. I will try to give my presentation in a few theses. First, fuel included here, oil and gas during last decade, last century, and more than 100 years was a basic resource of providing energy for the world. And estimations shows and says us that for next years, also for about 30 years minimum, it will be, of course, continue its role and will be the main resource. Oil and gas will be main resource of energy in the world. It's estimated that until 2035, China will be the main user and buyer, and after this, maybe in 2035, India will have will be the first in this aspect. But about oil and gas, more perspectives for gas than oil, of course, and it will play more role in next years in providing energy in the world. And second thesis is that there are two parallel processes in the world about energy. One is the fact that until now, development of the countries, life of the people, of the societies are based on the industry. Of course, all aspects of industry are dependent to fuel, hydrocarbon fuel, and fossil fuels. But another ongoing process is the importance of renewable energies. And which process will win? There are two main views, of course. Nobody denied that these two processes are ongoing parallelly, but somebody believes that hydrocarbon fuel will save its role for many years. But many professors, many experts also believe many of them believes in globalism and process of globalism. They believe that renewable energies will be much more important in next years. They bring an example as internet and social media. Maybe some people didn't want to accept them, but anyway, they are the fact of the new world, and they say that renewable energies are a new fact and will be more important than fossil fuels in future. Of course, I think it depends on the situation, political situation in the world, and it depends on geopolitics of the world. Another thesis is that diplomacy of energy saves its role in foreign policy of all countries. Somebody varied to include it in soft instruments or hard instruments of the foreign policy, but anyway, this is one main instrument in the foreign policy to avoid threats and to make opportunities and possibilities for the country. Another fact and thesis is relation of energy with politics and geopolitics, with war, with conflicts, with sanctions also included here. Maybe until 1960s years, the exclusive player of energy were the very big countries of Europe and US, and big companies, also great companies of the world. But after that, in 1970 years of 20th century, the players become more and more. But at the time, energy was more related to the politics. After that, in Middle East, in Central Asia and Caucasus. In the case of Ukraine crisis, also we observed that about Nord Stream 2, how is politics related to energy and how is energy dependent on politics. Many believes that all wars who happen in the world, included here Gaza war also, you may analyze in the context of energy. But anyway, this fact that until now energy is related to geopolitics is the main fact, and unfortunately, with sanctions also, we see sanctions against Iran, against Venezuela, against Russia, and usually sanctions were begun from energy aspects. One more thesis is that the multipolar world is reflected in energy aspects. If we are wishing about multipolar world, if we believe in multipolar world, and if we think that there is no way for the world except multipolar world, we can see multipolarism in aspect of energy in last years. The exporters of oil and gas are more independent and less dependent to other countries. We see such an independence attitude in OPEC and in many cases in last years. So geopolitics of energy is changing. We see after the Ukraine crisis and from 2022, the division of the world to two parts, North and South, and majority of the world. So if we talk about the new world, I believe that energy is one main factor that is building the new world. I think that a few main factors play a big role in the future of energy in the world. First, reduction of the role of the fossil fuels and hydrocarbon fuels. We cannot say that in next year or after 2 years or after 10 years, but anyway, this process is going. And the adding of the role of renewable energies is going. Another process will be the adding of role of electricity. And I think using of the hydrogen, less carbon, of course, will be more in new world. And of course, we cannot ignore the role of politics and geopolitics and how is going the political situation in the world. My last thesis is more related to our region. I think, as we said, energy also is included among the factors. Those are building the new world. I think in the new world, regional cooperation will be much more important than before. And here, I want to refer to Iranian-Russian relation. In Iranian-Russian relation, energy also plays a big role. And of course, we are not proud about the level of this cooperation, but it's very important that Russia is one of the main partners of Iran in this aspect. I hope I will have more time during this panel. I want to talk a little about Iranian program on energy and Iranian plans on energy. And I want to say that Iran, with second place and third place in oil and gas in the world, I mean, in the aspect of owning these resources in the country, of course, has a real politic about it, included here big resources and some realities as sanctions that there are. There is a program in the country for the sanction period. And this is a few years that the country is moving in the context of this plan and this program. Main two priorities of this, they are expanding and developing the relation with regional countries, and second, with neighbors also. I think in the program of Iran that included here to pay more attention to gas and electricity than oil, Iran sees more permanent and more possible to invest in gas than oil and in gas and electricity than oil. And here there are many plans cooperating with Russia and the cooperation on Russia to be hub of gas in the region, to re-export oil and gas with the cooperation of countries of the region. And I think Russia plays a big role and first role in this aspect, included here, of course, the potentials of Kazakhstan and Turkmenistan. Also, Iran has experience of re-exporting and swap of oil also in the region. I hope this regional cooperation will be developed in future. Thanks very much.
Большое спасибо, господин Санаи.
Mr. Sanai, we thank you so much. And we have two questions. How do you see the role of Iran in the energy markets within the next few years? Will this role be growing? And the second question, can Iran, in case of the growing of the Middle East conflict, just to close the strait, which is a nightmare for the market? Allow me to thank you for the opportunity to speak and answer your questions in Russian. Iran certainly plans to invest more in the energy aspects, as I told you, has two parallel policies, and first being not to be completely dependent on oil and gas. So non-petroleum aspects develops a lot in Iran, new technologies, agriculture, construction, even aspect of medicine. Iran now exports medical products, medications, drugs, to over 40 countries who import medical products and drugs from Iran. So, and one process, the aspect of oil and gas, targets more independence in oil and gas. But Iran has a plan, and now there are discussions in the parliament in new long-term programs, and where energy plays very significant role. And as I told you in my presentation, Iran plans both to invest in oil, but even more in gas and electricity. And now several countries and neighbors buy gas and buy electricity. And Iran believes that gas and electricity aspects are more robust and reliable than oil. But it does not mean that Iran ignores the oil potential. Iran produces from 1,400 to 2,000 barrels a day, and we have investments in oil. And as I told you, there are clear plans for re-exports and of oil and gas to the and from re-export from Caspian countries. So, speaking about your second question, I can only hope that we shall not see aggravation of the situation in the Persian Gulf and Middle East, but Iran will never hesitate to protect the sovereignty and their own interests, and always believes in freedoms and fair energy trade, and strives to guarantee the freedom of countries in the Persian Gulf. But we need to ask the countries who come from far away, thousands of kilometers to Persian Gulf. Why? What do they want? But Iran considers themselves a guarantor of security in the Persian Gulf and believes in friendly neighborhood relations with Arab neighbors, and who can also guarantee safety and transit of energy from this region. Thank you so much for your presentation. Thank you so much for sharing with us.
I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Zhukov, member correspondent of Deputy Director for Scientific Work, Primakov Institute of World Economy. Can we touch upon this issue, what's happening in Europe within the framework of Green Agenda? Thank you, Elena Alexandrovna. Guests, participants, I'll answer your question. But first, I'd like just in capacity of this, my opening statement will be like this. When we talk about the energy markets, we need to realize that the markets of oil and natural gas, they're completely different. So the global oil market, and it's so then it's in economic sense of the word. It's a market. It's a market, really, in the economic sense. And so then in modern form and shape, but with great changes and innovations, so have been in operation since the 80s of the last century. Certainly with some changes, and in spite of some exogenous crises, political crises, or crises related to coronavirus and the world pandemic, so the global oil market has been demonstrating very high level of sustainability to these shocks, because it's a real market in the economic sense of the word. So it's very sustainable, very robust. And now we need to step down one step, and I like to use this term market, because market is oil gas companies. That's what makes. Then refineries is the market, logistics, transportation companies, so global, regional, local traders. They're all. That's what I refer to as a market, owing to their efforts in unprecedentedly quickly. So the global oil market has reconstructed itself, has changed itself so quickly. And so then the export sales of oil is the Indian market moved in before the geopolitical crisis. So the Russian oil did not go to India. Now it's growing very rapidly. So the exports of Russian oil continues to grow to China and other countries of South Pacific, of Asian Pacific region. And so then we owe much to Russian companies that guarantee this transformation. It's not painless. It certainly had some challenges, but nevertheless the market displayed great deal of sustainability and robustness and continues to operate in a predictable fashion. Then the role of benchmarks, but from a different viewpoint. So we see that in spite of COVID, and in spite of difficult structural problems of the Chinese economy, then Chinese oil futures, INE, the INE. So then the oil futures of China feels itself very comfortable within the global futures contracts and benchmarks, very comfortably feeling itself. And then the Chinese futures contract, so with the development of the financial sector of China, liberalization of the financial sector of China, accelerated development of Chinese financial institutions, insurance companies, stock exchanges of China. So this process is not an antagonistic game, and just looking only for one's own profits, but we need just to look at it as a joint effort, joint play. And so the markets of natural gas, there is no such thing as a global market of natural gas, because it's a combination. This market, until recently, so then it was just a set of different components, and but not related to so regional markets of natural gas, European market of natural gas. But there exists such thing as integration of prices for natural gas. So then the problems that exist in the European natural gas market. So through the price channel, so they go to the Asian Pacific region, because the benchmarks for the Asian Pacific region markets are integrated with the price for natural gas in Europe. In European markets. What we need to reflect upon, so then the difficulty and the dramatic nature of this process. So we can see this big spike of prices for natural gas, especially in the middle of the last year. Dramatic spike in the middle of the last year. So then natural gas prices in the European market and the Asian Pacific region markets went down, but they continue to stay 2-3 times higher compared to the second half of 2021. And it's not accidental that I am trying to draw attention to 2021, because in my view, the crisis at the European gas market has a political nature, a complicated, complex political nature. But the crisis did not start in 2022, but earlier. And it is explained by the mistakes in politics, because so that were generated by the European politicians, mistakes in European macro regulators, European industry regulators, so they selected a very radical speed of the energy transfer. I mean, so abandoning the fossil fuels in favor of renewables. And second, they selected a very bad system for European design market, as we economists say, because they tried just to build a spot market along the lines of the North American market, just in the United States and Mexico and Canada works fine. But only because they have different conditions from the viewpoint of gas supply. Gas supply is huge, their own production of gas there. That's why that spot market works there. But here, so Europe is growing more and more dependent on natural gas, and the production of gas goes down in Europe as well. So these mistakes gave rise to prices. But I need to. So I need to give it to the professionalism of our European expert. General Stent in Financial Times published an article where he stressed that this crisis that we witnessed in 2021 was a self-made crisis, and Russia had nothing to do with it. And he published that. And so then, but there was a dialogue between Russia and the European Commission, European countries on gas. And so when the first energy packages, second energy package was adopted, so third, so that abandoning the already existing, very profitable, although asymmetrical economic cooperation with Russia, so that had took shape in the 70s of the last century, so would give very negative impact on the European economy and Europe. And my last assumption my last bullet that I wanted to belabor upon. So Europe avoided economic debacle, economic catastrophe, and so only owing to huge investment by state money into economy. It's only in 2022 they avoided that, owing to that. So the EU invested in economy 10% of GDP of resources. Not every country, not any country can afford that. But the crisis is ongoing. So there are two implications. It's a growing poverty in the energy poverty as well in the EU countries. We know that the president of France, Macron, last summer, he spoke about the end of the Horn of Plenty. And it's not the end of the Horn of Plenty, but what replaces it. And so what's more important from the viewpoint of functioning the economy, leading economies of the EU, so this is, although it's too premature to speak about deindustrialization, too premature to speak about that, but nevertheless we can see some signs of growing deindustrialization of traditional European industrial market, and they go very fast, and not only just the destruction of industries, but the problem is that the traditional industrial core they're losing global competition positions. And for example, we can see it in trade with China, equipment, for example, cars. So that always German just was selling both, and so we can see that there is an unfavorable trade balance in favor of China, and Germany just selling machine tools, cars, etc. And so that's one, because it was connected to the problems in the energy market. So that will have very negative implications for the operation of European economies. We see that the European economies are trying to combat this by way of increasing subsidies and market measures. And then I go back to what I started with. The market, certainly remembering its convoluted nature, complexity, this mechanism of economic growth. So then its responses to different economic political crises. So there will be lots of crises coming, both. But still, the market demonstrates that it's a much more efficient mechanism than the direct state intervention. The market is much more efficient. The subsidies, tax benefits for some industries. This is exactly what the European gas crisis started, and the electrical energy crisis as well. And that's why this non-market measures in the European economy is growing, is snowballing, because they have to provide non-market measures of support, and that leads them to a dead end. Thank you. What's your idea? So Europe in the trap of this false priorities. Will it abandon the use of gas because they do not use Russian natural gas, or maybe it's liquefied natural gas, or LNG is much more expensive, and then it means that Europe is moving towards renewables. So good question, but I need to have a more detailed answer. Certainly, the demand for gas, natural gas, has already diverged from the long-term strategy that we thought was relevant and normal 2-3 years ago. This process of deviation will certainly continue, but certainly Europe cannot afford to abandon gas. And because the German banks are very active investors in the projects of LNG products in the United States, and that means German banks do, and that's why. So then the pipe natural gas LNG will come. And that from the economic viewpoint for Europe, it's great problems because costs and because the global competitive nature of the of European economy and processing industry, so will certainly not be competitive, which is and certainly production is the core of economic development. And the second part of the issue, my colleague spoke about that. So until we get reliable industrial systems of storing energy, industrial based. Certainly there are some breakthroughs we can observe. So natural gas will continue to be what we call only supporting. So will continue to be the basic supply even for new renewables energy, alternative energy production. And so then the energy crisis, so European energy crisis, European economy, it will not survive another energy crisis, and certainly the population will not forgive the authorities for that. Thank you very much for being time responsible. I wanted just to ask very quickly, what is the most important political risks that you see next year in the energy market? The most important political risk in the energy market. What do you see happening 1 year down the road? I will just take a second before I answer. I think that the markets are different. I will talk about the oil market. So the main risk in the oil market is in the sphere of what might happen for many reasons and for different reasons. What I mean, kind of erosion of the OPEC mechanism. So, and if the OPEC mechanism starts eroding, so then the OPEC plus will follow and starts eroding too. So then the Persian Gulf countries, so they're supporting high price for oil, so they adhere to now. So may be replaced by the strategy of supporting their exports niche in oil, so that now they're giving it away for free and voluntarily. So you don't think that the oil price will go higher than 100? No, locally it can go maybe higher than $100, but once it happens, so there will be destruction of demand. Because remembering these imbalances that exist in the United States and China, so then the debt level of all institutional sectors in Chinese and American economy is pretty much the same. So more than 330%. They cannot possibly afford so just to go for this. And thus the destruction of demand will go down, and that will inevitably bring the prices for oil down too. I didn't hear the question. And main political risk of the next year in the energy markets. I agree. So that this interaction OPEC and OPEC plus is very important for us. It's a proper cooperation because these risks. And what oil prices do you expect? What oil prices do you expect to be for oil next year? I think that now we're just within this corridor. I think that so there will be some spikes, up spikes, down spikes, and but I think that the current prices make everyone happy. I would relate political risks to a greater extent of the near future with the disenchantment of the countries imposing sanctions on Russia in their efficiency, from the viewpoint of their efficiency. That will encourage them to strengthen and to bring more detailed nature of the secondary sanctions that may result in bad circumstances. So then logistics will change, payments will change. So the secondary sanctions, if they impose, so bring about this disorder. Then the local prices may go So that may happen because if we continuously interfere with the natural processes of price formation, market price formation, it will continue to interfere if they continue, and they really want to do that. And so that could be dictated by not only just to acquire new markets, but because they're mad at us. And so that could lead to a very high level of destabilization and imbalances in the energy markets. I'm not an energy guy. It's very difficult to forecast fluctuations and risks with oil and gas concerning price. But I think that our closer and closer cooperation with OPEC Plus, with Saudi Arabia, and greater involvement allows at least to minimize these risks. So because certainly some fluctuations will be inevitable. And the second point, maybe it's not an answer to your question, but we talk about oil and gas. And we should not forget about the nuclear energy. And here my forecast will be that the trend of the global south to use more and more nuclear with the help of Rosatom. So will definitely grow, and this is very good for us. This is a good trend, and this is right. So there are some risks too, so because so they don't concern us, thank God, for the time being. I mean France, for example, and Niger. You know that in France the share of nuclear is more than 60%, up to 70% right now. And so then there's no uranium, and so then that's why Macron immediately went to Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan. It was not accidental that he made those two trips. That only proves my point. So we have questions from the floor. Thank you, Alian Ahmed. I'm expert from Syria. To Mr. Ivanov, question for Mr. Ivanov. You spoke about the role our nations transit in the world, and our respected experts spoke about the role of oil and gas in energy. What do you think about what's happening now in the Gaza Strip, in Palestine? What's happening? Where do you see the role? Because what's happening in Palestine, because the Ben Gurion channel that should run parallel to the Canal Suez logistics, and then simultaneously the Mediterranean. So there are lots of resources there, gas resources and oil resources. Do you think to what extent this war happening in Palestine right now may be related to the presence of oil and gas in the region? So now there is no. So then the Arab-Israeli conflict, Palestine-Israeli conflict. On transport logistics, I don't feel it, but I do not exclude that eventually. So the logistics may be damaged. You spoke correctly about lots of pipelines, gas pipelines in the Mediterranean, and I do not want to compare this situation with the Baltic Sea to run this line of comparison, because what happened in the Baltic Sea is a pure act of terrorism, and so that saying that actually Ukraine allegedly involved in blowing up of the pipelines in the northern sea. So this is certainly not possible. So although there are some disturbing points, disturbing things that we are beginning to attempt to catch the vessels by the people who call themselves the Yemen combatants, and the last vessel that was taken, but then it was freed. So there was a Russian there among the team. and if it continues, so that it will remind us of the Somali crisis, so the piracy, sea piracy, but in a different region. If they continue to catch and to acquire those ships by force, it will certainly...
We need to fight it, certainly, because it impacts the economic situation and global trade, and there may not be any political justifications or preferences. It's piracy. You need to call things by their proper names, as today Yury Ushakov said in the very beginning. We thank you. So we have Mr. Sanaev. He probably wants to answer a question, because I see you have connected him. You have put him on again. Yes, about the political risks. Right. Thank you. So this question is to me as well, right? Yes, to you too. Thank you. Briefly, I can tell you that though I'm not an expert in energy, but in my understanding, it is possible that the oil price will go up in 2024. But here, there are two factors that will play a role. First, conflicts in our region depend on so they will influence, especially in the Middle East. So they will certainly influence the oil price. And there's another fact that has to do with COVID. The oil market was damaged by COVID and pandemic. And then the oil, the upstream, fell by 4%. And now 16 million barrels a day was the upstream. And after that, the reduction over the last years, the investment into the oil upstream went down. If this trend continues, then lack of investment in the oil industry and the oil upstream globally, then there's high chance that the price will go up. But if this trend stops and changes, then will certainly influence the price. Thank you. Do we have questions from the floor? Svetlana from Bulgaria. Professor Telegina, I thank you for this interesting session. No wonder it is the first one, because energy security should be number one after the first introduction block. Thank you for this interesting panelists. And you asked a very important question. When will de-dollarization be observed in the energy trade? And the panelists were very careful in answering. The answers were quite cautious. I believe it is one of the keys to solve the problem and properly go in the direction of this multipolar world that Mr. Primakov forecasted some 30 years ago. You are an expert in this area, a scientist, a scholar. Do you think you could answer this question? This is a difficult question, very difficult to forecast. 2 years ago, even, it was difficult to imagine. 87% of the global trade was in dollars. It was difficult when all the banks were accredited by American banks, and that the American sites were the biggest financial sites. And now the processes are accelerating, and the bi-currency mixes and judging by the growth of other currencies. So in the positive scenario, within 10 years, the dollar basis may collapse, though some extraordinary events are required to trigger that. But the history shows that sometimes processes start very slowly, but then they can just burgeon, and especially considering the economic power of China. So this process can be something may serve as a catalyst for this process. Another question here. Thank you. Viktor Haikov, President of National Association of Oil and Gas, member of Social Council of Russia. So my question to Sergey Ivanovich, your company is active in the global market, including the upstream. So in your view, considering profound changes in geopolitical situation, what's the future for the Russian gas and oil producing companies in developing some deposits overseas, and what are the most promising countries for that? Overseas, we need to understand that presently we have only friendly or neutral countries, and the market of Qatar, Iraq, Arab Emirates is a market with presence of large transnational companies, and this market is very difficult to penetrate, to capture. But as for the Russian upstream, the competitiveness, the cost of $3 per barrel, even in severe, harsh natural conditions, means that we are very competitive. And the production of 10% of global oil confirms that we can actually create an anchor order. And our industry, we now purchase locally made hardware, and we have 99% of everything we need, of all the wherewithal. There are some isolated technologies, 3 types of equipment that we are now solving the problems about, and for some technologies, especially that have to do with automation of production. But today, the state asked us to create, to develop programs, and we are more than competitors. And today we need to properly select the market to enter. And we see that we can make money both on developing the natural resources and in services. And today we even sell our digital services and programs in other countries. This is another good market that we can tackle. So we are more than competitors, more than competitive in upstream. And one more question from the audience.
Hello, I am C.S. Faraz from Islamabad, Pakistan. My question is a general question to the panel, that we have been talking about the international north-south transit corridor that have been activated between Russia and India. But we have also seen that the other corridors have been, at least the proposals of them are on the table. For example, India, Middle Eastern, and Europe corridor. So given that we are relying on India as a part of global south, and Russia, China, Iran to an extent have increased the partnership with India to basically compete with the US hegemony or dollarization hegemony, how can you see that India's growing strategic and economic ties with Europe and the US as well, and how would it going to impact with the non-US bloc or nexus in the near future? Thank you.
Кто-то хочет ответить, пожалуйста.
Who would like to answer this question? Yeah. Let me try. This is exactly what's happening in front of our eyes. This transportation corridor, north-south, that you mentioned, is one of the endpoints, having Mumbai as an endpoint. It will not just increase the volume of non-dollar trade, as with China, with India, in spite of all the problems with rupee. I guess you are familiar with the problems, but we still prefer to trade in rupees and rubles, but not in dollars. It's already a proof that we are canceling dollarization in our trade, and same goes for Iran. And I hope that other partners from Persian Gulf, they have good currency, proper currency. We can trade in rubles and dirham, whatever currencies of the Persian Gulf. So the trend is obvious, is there. And it is only a question of speed. How fast is it going to develop? I do not believe it will stop or suspend, and we shall keep trading in dollars. No. I can add that certainly the United States will try to put pressure on the countries who want to join the alliance of Russia in different regions. And we saw how Pakistan was pressurized, including the replacement of ministers last year. So certainly there will be competitive war with the political vector. But we hope that the economic logic will prevail and many routes will appear, including via Pakistan. I want to thank everyone for participation. Now we have a short coffee break, and then we shall have a speech of Foreign Minister Mr. Lavrov.
Уважаемые дамы и господа, выступление министра иностранных дел Российской Федерации Сергея Лаврова начнется через 10 минут. Dear ladies and gentlemen, speech by the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Russian Federation, Sergey Lavrov, begins in 10 minutes.
'Cause when I think about you, I fly away from Earth and I feel alive. You're my springtime. When I bring you there, baby, I know it's hard to keep away from it. The place we like the most is how deep us feel. See, it's clear enough. I just wanna paint you. I just wanna paint you as a light shining in the sky. So take my hand and fly with me to a place. I wanna show you where the rainbows start to grow. All I want is being alone with you. Yeah, far from where we left out, there's a place where we can be ourselves. This is our springtime. Yeah, yeah, this is our springtime. Yeah, yeah. So take my hand and fly with me to a place. Oh yeah, I wanna show you where the rainbows start to grow. All I want is being alone with you. This is our springtime, baby, baby. This is our springtime. 'Cause all I want is being alone with you.
Уважаемые дамы и господа, на сцену приглашаются министр иностранных дел Российской Федерации Сергей Лавров. Dear ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Russian Federation Sergey Lavrov.
Я прошу всех.
Please be seated. I don't think that there is no need to introduce the special guest of the first day of Primakov readings. Everyone knows Sergey Viktorovich is a great friend, a loyal friend of Primakov readings. So we have had it 9 times, and he is here for the 9th time. Sergey Viktorovich, you're welcome. Thank you. Thank you, Alexander Alexandrovich, Your Highness. I can see many friends in this conference room. A good tradition, it stays, and we have more and more friends, becoming more and more popular with each passing year. And this is actually it's how we manifest our love for our teacher, Mr. Primakov, and this is how manifests itself very active work of ИМЭМО, named after Primakov. Yes, to immortalize his legacy and the principles that he promoted in international relations, and which are very much in demand right now. So we need a joint intellectual effort. So remember that it's Primakov who laid the foundation of the situational analysis that was extremely popular with the representatives of practical diplomacy, scientists, and non-governmental organizations. So during which many new proposals were developed, later put into practice, into practical diplomacy of Russia. So our events are evolving very rapidly. It's an understatement, because many important permanent things are tested for strength, and the main trends of the formation of multipolar world is taking shape. It's a convoluted nature, very comprehensive. It didn't start yesterday, and it might take, and it'll definitely take a lot of time, even by historical terms. But the contours of polycentrical architecture have already been identified. And so we spoke about the new centers of global development in Asia, in Eurasia, about the growth of independence and self-conscience of many developing countries, and their abandoning of blind following former colonial metropolis that are losing their strength, and together with their strength they're losing their influence as well. And that's exactly what wrote about Primakov in a visionary fashion, so it becomes a reality. So multipolar systems, if we look back into history, so this is not something new, because one form or another they existed always, have always existed. For example, in the epoch of the so-called concert of European powers of the 19th century and between the two global wars of the 20th century. Certainly it's obvious that there were very few independent actors in those times, not as many as now. And that is why those were the beginnings of multipolarity. So was being formed in a more narrow circle of the states than the number of sovereign states now. So then, after the end of World War II, they laid the foundation of multipolarity. So then, the security members were 5 most powerful countries, states. So that was the global balance of strength and interests. And at the end of World War II, 1945. And the special place of the Big Five, so they laid the foundation of equality of all states, small states, large states, irrespective of the history of their development and the specifics of their development. And this is the foundation, and this is probably the most underpinning principle around which the universal unipolarity is being shaped. It served its main purpose. It did not allow another world war. Yes, but so that the good ideas of happiness, wealth, equality that didn't come to pass. So the logic of the Cold War immediately pushed the world to the brink of starting to fight with each other and to divide themselves from each other. So the multipolarity has a chance to acquire a planetary nature, global nature. Based on the sovereign equality of the states. So then it used to be all the decisions, important decisions were done by a few states. So it was certainly with the preponderance of the voice of the Western community. But now new players, new actors representing global East, global South, they're coming to the fore, they're coming to the stage right now, and we think that this is rightfully so. We refer to them as the global majority, because they are in fact they're strengthening their sovereignty, demonstrate independence, and put their national interests as their priority, and not someone's wishful thinking. And so then the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Jai Shanta, so he said that the world is much bigger entity than Europe. So that meaning that the global world is much bigger than the West, and so they're fighting for more just distribution of equal things that should be affordable to everyone. So the multipolarity manifests itself in many ways, and bipolarity makes the countries of different regions display solidarity. So the outbreak of Palestine-Israel conflict became a catalytic converter of a catalytic thing of this event. So delegation of the League of Arab Countries and the Organization of Islamic Cooperation at the level of Ministers of Foreign Affairs last week visited the capitals of the countries members of Security Council, Moscow. And at our meeting, we confirmed the necessity to quick regulation settlement of the affairs on the basis of the concept of two states. So that was the main signal of settling this conflict. So this one unified delegation of the League of Arab Countries and the Organization of Islamic Cooperation. So then in the countries of Big Five and other members of the United Nations. So in the Middle East and Africa and the Caucasus, Central Asia, Eurasia in general. So then there is a more strengthens the consensus in favor of the problem solving on the basis of regional solutions. So this is taking hold, and we need just to cooperate and not imposing the recipes from outside. If anyone wants to be useful, so we need to maintain and keep to the approaches developed in the regions where the countries, part of those regions, understand much better what needs to be done than the suggestions and proposals made from Europe and the United States. So all this supported by their economic capabilities, and this is very important. Mr. Putin made a point of that recently at the regular summit of G30, of Group of 30. So then a great deal of international trade and consumption is migrating to Asian, Latin American, and region where the majority of the nation's of the global population is living. And so then the PPP GDP is China, the first economy, and the composite BRICS composite GDP at PPP so exceeds the level of the Group of 7 of G7. And once the new members join BRICS, so that will become fully fledged participants starting from January 1st next year. Definitely, so this advantage, this preponderance over G7 will still grow further. So then in Russia last year, President spoke, so in spite of sanctions or owing to sanctions, so this indicator of PPP, so Russia went up to the 5th place of the world, even ahead of Germany. GDP, number 5, Russia. And so then there's a multilateral diplomacy contributes to that. So then one of the most bright, convincing features of that is the cooperation along the lines of BRICS. So within this are many countries that represent different religions, different cultures. So they're developing very active relations in different areas, from politics, economy, security, insurance, medical care, sports. All this on the basis of equality, balance of interest through consensus. No one imposes on anyone anything. No one blackmails anyone. No one just forces to make a choice, either with us or without us or against us. No one does that. So small wonder that scores of states want to join. So Johannesburg made the first step. So then the number of the members of BRICS have doubled, almost doubled. And so another five countries so asked for the privileged relationship with this institution or become members of this institution. I mean BRICS. And that's why it will not be 5, it will be the G5, because the number is going to be almost twice as large, not 5 but 10, and the BRICS will strengthen their position in the international arena and will play more and more important role in the formation of fair and global structure. So then the G20, so the most recent summit of G20 approved the decisiveness of BRICS not to allow for G20 to impose their will and their power in the area of pursuing their interests, and so they decided we'll never allow them to do that. And so, like in the previous summit of BRICS, when they tried to turn the agenda into Ukrainian agenda, and they attempted to do the same as at the summit of G20 in India. So they failed to do that. So on the summit concentrated not on Ukrainian agenda, but they concentrated on the issues for which G20 was formed. And so they started dominating in their decision making. So then, in favor of multipolarity, so SCO is working for that as well. So which needs to cement the role in the forming of large Eurasian partnership that we see that was aimed at the harmonization of different integration process on the continent and open to all the countries located in our continent. Eurasian Economic Union, ASEAN, and others. So this philosophy was proposed by President Putin back in 2015. So the first summit of Russia-ASEAN, and now it's gaining popularity and recognition. SCO, like BRICS, so there's a long line of countries that would like to become either fully fledged members or get the status of partners or different status of being just present there and watching. And so we need to recognize that the unipolarity has become the thing of the past. And so Macron, talking at the meeting of French ambassadors in August this year, Macron said the geopolitical situation is changing not in favor of the West, and he regarded it as a threat. So meaning, so then the expansion of the aggressive NATO bloc is good, but the expansion of peaceful BRICS development is a threat. But certainly this mentality is lying deep, and you cannot get rid of those instincts in a short period of time. And so because they are losing the remnants of their global domination, and so they are using the methods so that make other countries be averse to what's happening. and so they continue to get the best stuff from the global policy and guaranteeing their good well-being at the expense of other countries. Certainly, Russia is not ready, and they will never agree to these designs of the West. So the United States and its European allies are using huge gamut of different engineering types, and so organizing psychological trading wars, misinformation. So then the Western countries blocked the operation of international trading organization, settlement of disputes. So the main principles of free competition and inviolability of property destroyed completely. And so the dollar has been used as a weapon, has been weaponized, and the economic interaction is being weaponized, as we call it, and we understand. So then the destructive activity of the Western minority has an effect that at the end of the day, so this result is completely diametrically opposite results, because actually their activities contribute to multipolarity efforts in improving. So everyone understands that no one is insured against aggressive actions of Brussels and the United States of America. That is why many countries are trying just to reduce the dependence on Western currencies, and they are moving over to alternative currencies in settlement and payments, and creating new transport corridors and new sales chains. So then, unfair globalization model, whereby the golden billion was getting the best stuff, is becoming a thing of the past. The democratization of the global economic order will be considered by the participants of the forum of the adherents of the fight against neocolonialism. So then the party of the United Russia is planning that, and at the beginning of the next year, so they're going to work closely on that. It's only one of the initiatives that we're going to promote to follow up on the concept of the international policy of the Russian Federation. In March, it was updated, remembering the changes in the geopolitical realities. So the new polycentric architecture should be inclusive and they should not have a need to ensure against the confrontation of the global centers of power. And so that is why we need to be insured from this settlement of disputes and those. So that should be based on the recognized principles of international law, remembering about the versatility of different countries' culture, and allowing them, all the countries, to develop themselves the way they want to. And so it should not be done from scratch, because the foundation for a sustainable and fair world is there. So this is the Charter of the UN. It's there. So, but their positions need to be carried out not only selectively, so how our colleagues in the West are doing, trying just to take out of the context only what's good for them from the Charter of the UN in order to get the best. But it needs to be used in all its entirety. And definitely, so we need to be very carefully adapt and adjust this UN organization to modern realities. So the reform of the Security Council of the UN, and so we need just to remove this historical unfair situation. So when after World War II, 1941, so we need to reflect the reality that many new countries definitely entered the global political situation. That's why they need to be reflected, and the number of the countries that are represented in the Security Council should be certainly increased. So that they certainly should participate. So the non-alliance movement, they should be present to a great extent, and in the Security Council, and a great help to multipolarities, international structures of the new type. so where everything just is resolved on consensus matters, and BRICS, SCO, Eurasian Economic Union, ASEAN, and now in the Eurasian continent, so the organization of SCO, and then certainly CSTO, the Caribbean Basin Council of Arabian Countries, or the Persian Gulf, the League of Arabian Countries, the rest of the Islamic Union, etc. All of them need to be considered and participate to a greater extent. Certainly then the United States and their, so NATO, European Union, so the group of 77, so they are predominant. And now the Soviet, the Europe Council, and definitely OSCE. So because we need to develop a new site for so we need just to find a place for a dialogue, but instead, so they're creating these marginal institutions that the West is trying to use in the interests of their selfish policy. Certainly, we can try just to save OSCE, but the chances of its survival, of its saving, are very little. So then at the Valdai Club meeting, President Putin named the key principles that a more fair global democratic order should base. So first, openness and interaction, so without barriers on the way of cooperation, versatility in the cooperation, maximus then representation in the institutions of global management. So then observing the global balance, so availability to and access and access to all available resources, and certainly, and then abandoning the orders given by the wealthy of this world, and this is something that we're talking. So based on this multipolarity issues, we'll continue to combat for fairness and for honesty, so that the voices of all countries should be taken into consideration, irrespective of their sizes, level of economic development. So then that's the way the Charter of the UN so exactly says. And so then we're going to coordinate this with our allies in the global South. We'll continue to coordinate our moves together and just to be in consonance. And so we're not going just to close the door on distantly thinking Western countries, so understanding the realistic situation that exists now in the world, and Mr. Primakov predicted that many years ago. Special attention to the diplomatic sphere. So again, just to guarantee that, so then standard interpretation of all principles of the UN Charter. This is very important.
We shall continue working on the membership in the group of friends set up at the to protect the Charter of the United Nations with more than 20 countries. It was set up in New York, and there are many who want to join to access this organization to improve other structures. We shall also work to support other democratic organizations. We shall remain open and honest, and we shall keep the serious dialogue with those who want to preserve the good relations and demonstrate integrity and honesty. And here I would like to stop my presentation and start the dialogue with you. Sergey Viktorovich, we thank you so much. Thank you for sharing with us. So it is your presentation has set the tune for further discussions. Let me ask you the first slightly academic question. Academic, yes. You and I, we know very well that every system of global order, like Versailles or Yalta or Potsdam system, appeared after a large war, a large-scale war. The unipolar system was also appeared after the Cold War. Do you think the future world order that you mentioned can be arranged, can be created without such tragic events? I will answer with a question. How is the present situation better or safer than the age of the Cold War? Probably it's as dangerous as the Cold War. You probably want to say that we are living through the second Cold War. I guess we should name it differently. As during the first Cold War, there were checks and balances. There were kind of the mindset of two great countries, two rivals, the United States and the Soviet Union, NATO and the Warsaw Treaty. So the mindset was to restrict the rivalry, at least within the political and diplomatic framework. But then, when the dialogue appeared to control the arms, and then practical results were achieved, and it certainly gave us hope and confidence. At least neither the Soviet Union nor the United States nor the socialist countries nor NATO and European Union countries never demonstrated any alarming estimations and concerns for the future. Physical future, I mean, real existential future. Now we hear, we see and observe such fears in the presentations of many politicians and non-government organizations, demonstrations, and the situation is different, and it has become such not just because the West, headed by the US, decided to wage a hybrid war against us. In real sense of this word, listen what they say when they discuss the state of affairs around Ukraine. Ukraine has been sharpened as a tool for strategic defeat of Russia, as a goal, as a tiger, and they scare their audiences. It's just the start, and Russia has very greedy appetites. And all right, we shall leave alone the Baltic countries and Poland and other conductors of American policies in Europe in order to weaken the European Union included. But Austin, head of Pentagon, recently speaking at the hearings in the U.S. Congress, said that once we do not support Ukraine, then Russia will win. And I assure you, he said, it will not stop there. The next goal, the next target will be Baltic countries, Poland, and other neighbors of Russia. And it is said, it is spoken by a person who holds a responsible post, and he cannot fail to he cannot be not getting the expert estimation and evaluation who analyzed the state of affairs between Moscow and Washington. And they certainly understand very well what exactly is at stake in Ukraine, and no plans to conquer other countries or military plans Russia never had and will not have. I'm not going to speak again about the reasons for a special military operation, but the main reason is that the neo-Nazi regime that takes its roots from the coup of 2014 openly with the incentives from the West took a course to exterminate everything that is Russian on the territories that had been Russians for centuries. And this neo-Nazi regime has become a sharpened tool to cause strategic defeat of Russia in the battlefield. And if it is not a direct threat to our security, safety, and our interests, and the people who, since our ancestors, believed themselves to be Russian, then in the West probably there are no analysts or there are no people who who with integrity and consciousness. Zelensky spoke long before the special military operation when he was asked what he thought about those people in Donbass are protected by the Minsk agreements. He said, he's like a racist. He said, there are people and there are creatures. And my advice, if someone feels that he has affinity with Russian culture, for the future of your children and your grandchildren, get the hell out of here. Drag yourself to Russia. And that's what we heard. Followed by dead silence from the educated and civilized West. And speaking about the current situation, I don't know how historians will call this period of time, but again, due to the U.S. activities, the whole gamut of agreements of arms control has been destroyed. It's a fact. Articles, hundreds of pages have been written about it. So I would treat this period of global history with the highest responsibility and concern. Yes, indeed, the United States lately, we have destroyed at least 16 principal treaties on arms control, on global trade, on WTO, on the Arctic, and the list continues. This is the harsh reality. And we have a chance to ask questions. Please use this chance. Please introduce yourself. Just a second. So this is not a press event. I apologize, but this is, as an expert, I see you have this yellow tag. It means that you are mass media representative, but this event, I'm asking as an expert, Sergey Viktorovich. So my question is, what is the future for Russian-European trade and economic relations, considering that Russia is a supplier of almost 1/3 of hydrocarbons to Europe. Europe will probably search for alternatives of those supplies. And in this respect, how Russia, what is the Russian position on developing? So I will, if you speak as an expert, I will reply as a journalist. I will not even try to make a wild guess what they are going to do. Europe, I hope, Europe understands where they are now. They have landed and found themselves, except probably Scholz and the other. So read the statistics. The economic growth of Europe goes down. It grows. The growth is negative, and the United States and Britain, the UK and Germany, France will probably get to zero. But the flagships of European economy will just go down. And the laws that they passed on inflation or whatever, in the United States, all the taxes and rates are 4 to 5 times lower than in Europe, and they industrialize, unlike Europe. And the businesses who care about their future move to the US. I believe it is not just a situation, the course of events. It's the policy of the US. The United States don't care about Europe. They need a group of so-called gray-colored people who will just jump when they're ordered to jump, when they will do what they are told to do. I don't want to hurt Europe, to offend them, but that's what they're doing. And as for us, we look at the statistics, we understand what's happening, but thinking how to revive relations with Europe, we don't need it at all. We need to think how to avoid dependence of those tricks and prances and frolicking of European policies that they perform under the influence of Washington. And we need to stay safe to make ourselves safe and secure in all our industries, economies, life. Because our future depends on that. In the basic matters, in the in the fundamentals, what we need for security, to develop the economy, and to facilitate the social matters, socially significant and sociology. Recently, we had another forum on AI. We need to make everything, produce everything on our own, so that no new whim, no new trick when they want to, again, throw sanctions at us, so that we wouldn't suffer. Sanctions will not disappear. They keep talking about it. When everything is over, they want to round up, quietly, clandestinely, freeze it, win time, buy time, arm, again, supply arms to the Nazi regime in Kiev, and keep their hybrid or whatever aggression against Russia. But when they say it's over, most of the sanctions will remain. So we need to use our own minds, our brains. When they get sober, if at all, and they offer anything to us, we shall think 10 times, and we weigh their proposal. To what extent they go in line with our interest, and to what extent those reliable and are reliable. So they have ruined their reputation as, their capacity to commitments and agreements. So not to offend Europe too much, let us pass the floor to the expert from the European Union, Madam Sherenkova. Most probably, as the student of Mr. Primakov, I don't want to speak for Europe. For the last 30 years, we have been publishing Russia Today Gazette, newspaper, and China Today newspaper. Our group reflects widely the development of relations between Russia, India, China, so-called Lavrov's triangle. And we reflect the BRICS development, unprecedented expansion, and in front of our eyes we see the end of American-centric world, but it fights. It keeps wiggling and fighting. And my question is that we see how the North Atlantic Alliance expands to the east. And it's Wales to this, and now they start even talking about the Pacific coast. It threatens the global security. It's a hazard, yeah. Sergey Viktorovich, how do you see the response of China, BRICS, and other alliances against this aggressive behavior? Neocolonial instincts are absolutely obvious, well pronounced. This is a wish to live at the expense of others, just like they have been doing for the last 500 years. But the age, that ice age, is over. They understand it. Some call it what the West is trying to do to keep their hegemony. People call it agony of that age. Probably the comparison is right, but this age will still be long. It's not just you wake up and you have the new world, other just rules for the global economy. Americans are still the most powerful country with most powerful economy. European Union is still has weight, though the process of losing weight is ongoing and will accelerate. So in these circumstances, we as Russia, we have not been deeply embedded in the globalization model that the Americans have been promoting and have promoted and provided it to everyone. Just take it and use it. It's not for us. It's for everyone. Dollar is the currency for everything, for everyone. Please use it. And other principles like title, property, presumption of innocence, international justice that should be universal and acceptable and applicable to everyone. And this is just overnight. They have, stepped over it and crumpled it and threw away because they wanted to punish Russia and turn Ukraine into the clear and present danger for Russia, including, as I said, extermination of everything Russian in Ukraine. They plan even to create a military marine bases of the US and the UK in the Black Sea, in the Azov Sea. When this plan failed and we responded in the way we did, not just, woke up in the morning and say, oh, we decided. No. For 8 years, we had been warning, asking, suggesting agreements on European security, ensuring stability in the region without expanding military blocs. We were ready. Since 2009, 2021 in December, President and us, we submitted new proposals to the US and NATO to say, what kind of security do you mean? Safety and security legally guaranteed can only be ensured within NATO framework. The same answer when we reminded them within the OSCE in 2010 in Astana, we signed under the principles of indivisibility and security, where no organization cannot claim domination, and that's what they do. Then we told them, how come you don't want to provide legally binding guarantees to everyone? In OSCE, you proclaimed equal security, and the junior diplomats in Washington and Brussels, they say, we don't care what presidents and premiers, decided, even their own presidents. We don't care about the signatures and legal guarantees are only available to the members of NATO, North Atlantic Treaty, trying to increase attractiveness of NATO and incentivize the inflow of new members against all their commitments and promises. We were not deeply incorporated into that globalization. Even the volume of trade with those very United States were not very significant. With the European Union, yes, but it's history, and it goes back Soviet Union to the Soviet Union. Gas pipes. They tried to prevent our cooperation, but it still happened and laid the foundation for the well-being of Europe and this decision and addressing their social and economic problems at a good level. But still, in the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank, we were working, but our involvement was not as deep as, for instance, as China or India. They now understand that they need to protect their independence, their sovereignty. We keep discussing it in BRICS and within Shanghai Cooperation Organization, and we actively introduce alternative methods, payment system, and switching to national currencies. And it's burgeoning. It's booming. And India and Chinese People's Republic of China, they really keep their own interest at heart. And I understand that they can see that just leaving the system and starting building a new structure is going to be bad for their economy. But gradual release from the dollar dependence and dependence on supply chains and the dollar system and financial system is obvious, is well pronounced.
What will be in 2 years, 5, 6, we don't know what will come into the head of the new president of the United States, and so what kind of agreements they will leave, what kind of agreements they will impose, we have no idea. And so then the universal, so they refuse just to participate the basic trade relations and the relations with China. So that's why we received the signal, and so then by India and Russia, so moving towards reducing the dependence on the arbitrary nature of the activities of the Western United States, which plays very much. They're beginning to do that. So abandonment of this certainly it's not going to be as fast and as critical critical, and but we need to act in a decisive manner, and we need to move in a big way. Just remembering 11,000 sanctions, whose main idea is to stifle the Russian economy, hoping that the population of Russia will rebel. That's exactly what they're hoping for. And by the way, if you look at the statistics, so what was the share of Chinese forex reserves in dollars 3 years ago and now, then you see that the situation is very telling. It's about face. I think that our Indian friends are thinking along the same lines, because no one wants to find himself a hostage of this geopolitical unexpected development. But we are not hurrying anyone, because we have the SCO and BRICS and the relations between the Eurasian Economic Union and SCO and ASEAN, European, then the Belt and the Way, so that's within these formats in a natural way, so without forcing, expediting, so we are developing, so starting from the grassroots level, so new forms of cooperation, of servicing our economy, trading relations that are getting more and more stable and robust. So the process is underway, but it will be lengthy. Yeah, so for about half an hour. Yeah. And so then another person wants to ask a question. For the SCO countries, my question is, so this year, the International Department of BRICS raised the issue of a new currency that needs to be established, and the next year, so Russia will be chairing BRICS. Are you going just to raise the subject of united currency within the BRICS realm? Can we then maybe this issue will be discussed within the framework of SCO, and this issue will be raised in Shanghai Cooperation Organization. It is true that at the summit of BRICS in Johannesburg, so one of the topics that was discussed at great detail was pay special attention. So even the president of Brazil paid attention, that Lula da Silva paid attention. That was no surprise for anyone, because when he became president for the second time, it's the third time, and so he was appealing to all others to work on the formation of not unified currency, but to start developing a mechanism that would certainly give a preponderance to the national currency, and so we call it within the framework of Latin American United Countries Alliance, and then after the BRICS, the final declaration that was reflected in the BRICS declaration. So then they had this notion as to prepare the ministers of finances of the countries to prepare new recommendations that would be presented next year. So concerning the unified currency of BRICS and Russia as a chair of BRICS next year. So we'll be certainly scrutinizing them and do everything just to make certain decisions. So then in SCO, there are no payment platforms yet. And there is no talk. There is talk going on about this, but they have not been transformed into specific instructions. But the national currencies are very actively replacing the dollar. So then in our republic, 90% between China and Russia, 90% is RMB, and in India, more than 50% of all the settlement and payment payments between Russia and India, 50%, more than 50 is done in rupees. Please.
Thank you. This is from Iran. I really enjoyed your presentation. My question is very academic. Your presentation was mostly state-centric, and I want to raise this question that we have many phenomena to the world which are non-state. Non-state actors, non-state movements, globalization of emotions, as we saw in Gaza's situation. World is very connected on the people level. So where do you see, how do you locate non-state actors, processes, movements in this multiple world that we are searching for? Thank you.
And yes, I don't like the word actors. Yes, there's the Russian word igrok, right? And actually, effectively, this is a very serious issue. And it's part of the philosophy that the Americans, within the framework of their model of globalization, have been promoting all over the world. And so very insistently proposing, sometimes they were imposing, and the roles of non-governmental organizations and the role of civil society. And Americans created thousands of non-NGOs, and among them hundreds work in the post-Soviet area, especially more in Kyrgyzia, Armenia. There are many, especially a lot there. And then they're trying just to introduce themselves into other Central Asian countries. I'm not even talking about Ukraine. So they've been in Belarus very actively, trying just to expand their presence. So remember the events of 2020 in Belarus. So we immediately understood what kind of role those NGOs played to trying to destabilize the political system in Belarus. To call them non-governmental is kind of by a long cry, very difficult attempt just to name that. Because look, all the institutions of the United States, National Democratic Fund, other funds and foundations of the United States of America, they even not related to the leading parties of the United States. These all non-governmental organizations, 90%, so they are financed through the Agency of International Development, which is part of American bureaucracy, and they're getting budget money from the state sources or other channels. So it's the budget financing of the United States. And certainly they are promoting so the main ideas governing in the United States, irrespective of what kind of parties there, Democrats or Republicans. So they follow the main line. So the main line is to influence the authorities of the country where they operate, to influence and to impact them. And certainly they're being sly, saying that the civil society should be represented widely, because we know just exactly people just who come out with those exhortations. So the way I see it, so then an optimal approach, the way I see it, so that what NGOs should do in the United Nations, the way I see it. So there is a committee of non-governmental organizations at the United Nations, and it's there. So this committee should cooperate with public institutions. So there are procedures. So if you want just to get a status of the social economic union, or just or the media, on the media committee, so you need to go and approach this committee. And so they're going to scrutinize you. They will be asking questions. So members of the committee need to make sure that the organization, what it looks like in reality. So civil society, or an instrument of a certain government. So they scrutinize it. certainly there may be mistakes. They're prone to be made mistakes because you cannot just predict everything and cover every hole. But by and large, so this is a normal, transparent, honest process of considering these NGOs. So then there is another organization which is OSCE, and so there are three baskets there: political, which the foundation. So when the agreements about the control over the weapons so the Americans completely destroyed measures of trust. So the Americans destroyed it completely, and then the destruction of the relations between Russia and Europe, they destroyed. And so then there is a humanitarian basket per se. This is the Bureau of the Democratic Bureau on human rights, national minorities, human rights, and the representatives of the freedom of the media. So that in neither of these institutions of the OSCE, so there are no rules similar to what I said. And when every year, so there's the Warsaw Agreement on humanitarian dimension. So they hold it every year. Usually they hold it in Poland. And so any person can come from the street, off the street, and say, so just I want just to protect the rights of the poor, and I want just to protect transgenders' rights, and I want just to fight for those and help those who fight communism. So then he would come, sit down, and start making speeches, and then he would have the same rights as the representatives of the state. Certainly, we stopped this practice, and then at least there is still a minimal procedure now in place. And we stopped it very easily. So after unification of the Crimea and Russia, so then non-governmental organizations started to visit the NGOs of the Republic of Crimea. So they started. So that's why if they do not allow them to come, then we won't allow them to come as well. So, but there are no rules because OSCE has no charter, has nothing, and that is why. So then there was a period when everyone was everyone was absolutely happy about the expansion of the presence of transnational corporations and human rights issues, and it was great because the conferences on climate and environment and many other issues. So the West insisted that businesses participated together on an equal basis with government. Certainly, many are against it now, but this enthusiasm is in a free fall because we can all of a sudden everyone realized so how they treat weak states. Everyone is obvious, and that is why I don't think it will come back again. So the design of our meeting with the minister is geared to the questions asked by our foreign guests. And I have one participant of our hearings who is waiting for his time to ask a question, Mr. Markov, and I'd like him to ask. I think he's capable to answer any question that he's going to ask. Thank you very much, Mr. Markov. So I will. So it would be an academic, almost philosophical question, academical question. So just on the one hand, we are trying just to distance ourselves from the West. At the same time, so we're very active. And there's a question. So since you did not expect that the West would do like that they would be supporting the Nazi regime in Ukraine. So probably for the first time in the history of the United States, the elections were falsified, were concocted, were doctored. So we either made the mistake thinking that the West is changing, or It looks like a horror movie, the thing or the others. So then all of a sudden, a team of decent people are turning into monsters, like a horror movie. So that's the way just we consider the West, because you have a great deal of experience with these colleagues. So what's your perception? What's happening there? So what can we expect from them in future? So are they going to turn into monsters, or they will continue to get like in horror movies, or just they will go back into the human form and shape and become part of the United States? What should we expect from them, and what's the nature of this process? Okay, that probably the West is changing, is morphing into something else. So we did not organize it, but I have a quote here. We didn't organize the censor. So we could about the transformation, about this more. So we could have expected that this crazy rabid hatred that for 30 years has been getting stronger and stronger, so would be instigated against Russia. Sooner or later, so this hatred would fly off handle. And so they just offered Russia to commit a suicide, abandon the main principles of Russia, and so that Russia should recognize that Russia is a wild, horrible, disgusting entity, an evil that needs to be corrected. So now there is no need to deceive yourself, and Russia will have eventually fight the whole of Europe. 1854. Fyodor Ivanovich Tuchev, 1854. This is quote, word for word, verbatim from his letters. 1854. This is about so whether the West has transformed, has morphed into something else. This is very telling. So I cannot tell you, because I'm not saying that this is the final truth. But the fact that no one ever loved us in the West, that's a fact of life. So that they've been using us, creating situational balancing coalitions, the French and the British, they've been using us, and the Germans and the Austro-Hungarians. That's a fact too, fact of life. Yeah, so the Svetlana is sitting with us, and so a person who, that lives in a great country, Bulgaria, in these difficult times. So how we could have, can you imagine that in 3 years, so the Bulgarians would start to insult priests and destroy monuments? Who could have thought that 3 years ago? So that who will say that Tuchev, our poet, is right, and after that, so we have lots of examples testifying to that Tuchev was prof after, and so then after 1991, so they thought that we're in their pocket. This is the end of the liberal ideology won the day. In politics, everything is fine. And so now we have just to listen to the big guy, and the big guy, you know who he is, and so certainly they were making just beautiful declarations, the Paris Charter declarations in the 90s. So where in their pocket? So read the Paris Charter, 1991, and that the French promoted with such an dignity, and look at what France is doing right now, and specifically Mr. Macron. What they're doing right now. The summit of OSCE, 2009, the indivisibility of security. The summit in Astana, indivisibility of Euro-Atlantic and Eurasian security. That's a promising term that was identified. Everything just has been erased, destroyed, down the pipes, and so the United States said, back of the line up, because there was a new test to punish Russia, because it dared not to allow the Americans to do whatever they want at our backyard countries, at our on our doorstep. That's we dared to stop Americans on that. And starting from the Munich speech, 2007, that was the first warning. And so then, and actually we've been warning right after the mutiny in 2014, the state coup. Those who had ears, they heard, and they should have heard, because the Crimea immediately went to Russia. No one was listening for 8 years on our borders, on our doorstep. In 2003, so when Americans thought that Saddam Hussein created some nuclear power, just or nuclear bomb. So they never warned for 8 years. So okay, you don't want just the Security Council does not want to participate. Okay, we'll take care of Saddam Hussein ourselves without your help. So when they saw how we hit the military targets in Ukraine. So when they're hiding military weapons in housing developments. So they were howling with indignation. So when we were bombing them, and so read what the mainstream media was saying. This is genocide. Yes, although what's there now. So then the tragedy of war. So compare the pictures. So you either take Syria, for example. So they decided, Americans decided, so okay, so then something goes wrong, and so want to take advantage of this opportunity, take away your eastern territory where there is a lot of grain, a lot of oil, and so Mosul in Iraq. So they really razed it to the ground. So like Raqqa in Syria, razed to the ground. Hundreds of corpses were left lying for weeks. So it's all documented. And so they can do it. They're allowed to do that. And then on the border with Mexico, it's not, and there's refugees just running into United States, and so there's the whole threat. So only just, and then there's somewhere there's the super pigs were just raised, and there was this running commentary. That's all. That's the amount of threats that they're facing. Yugoslavia, so the existential threat, clear and present danger. So 10,000 miles across the ocean without warning. We decided, and we go and assist a strike. And 10,000 miles difference. There's a difference between Western instincts and Western mentality. So I have lots of friends in the United States and in the West and Europe. I have more friends in the United States, but I still have. So we worked at the UN, and many of them were ministers. I have many friends, and so we're good friends. So it's kind of, that was discussed, to spend together, and so kind of household friends, excellent friends. And so when it happened, they called me. I was calling them when this war started, and they were calling me. But practically all of them now. So they kind of back of the line. So they just follow the main ideas of the United States. They forgot about the Nazis. The Ukraine is poor. Even you remember what Ambassador of Israel in Kiev. You remember what he said when he was asked, how come that you're in a country where they're just extolling Bandera and Shuhevich? So don't you think that they're not Nazi criminals? No, they're Nazi criminals. Yes, but the Ukrainians have their own story. They're having it tough, and that's why. That's what the ambassador of Israel said in Kiev. And that's one metamorphosis that's taking place. And so when we visited one of the events, and they go down the corridor, trying just to. Not to face me, right? And they just go to the other side of the street, but there are those. I'm not going just to name them. So then, because they don't want them to be ostracized, so they come and shake my hand. But I don't want to tell who they were, just not to be ostracized. Blinken asked to talk to me, and we talked. We shook hands, and so nothing. Just I talked to them. Nothing was special was done, but it was just kind of cooperation. Just we spoke at least to each other and shook hands, and that is why if they approach us, we never run away. But I'd like to repeat that now it looks like so Macedonia. Invited us to the council of the OSCE ministerial meeting, and they invited, and Bulgaria. It looks like a promise to Macedonia to open up its airspace. If it comes out, then we'll visit. We'll go. Okay, we'll see.
So we shall see how it goes, and we already have several meeting requests in case we go and work there, including the Western representatives. Certainly, we shall meet up with everyone. But answering this question, well, I took a long time, but this is a very interesting topic. I want to wrap up by saying, speaking about the following episode. Aside with OSCE and Primakov reading, there are many politological meetings and forums, and one of them will take place in Abu Dhabi in December annually. Sibarnias, December, Abu Dhabi. And last year I visited it for the first time. And so the tradition has it that they have 2 to 3 speakers from the present politicians and dozens of ex-politicians. Those ex-politicians are the most interesting because after the official speeches, there was a break, and we went to have a coffee, and a crowd, and all of them I know. All are familiar. They want to talk. They are hungry, friendly, talking. They express their understanding. So it's up to you to judge. When people, probably there is logic in it. If you are in office, you have to, follow the orders, no matter what is the quality of the orders. Sometimes normal people just want to resign, just having such orders. But that's how. But then they're retired. They're free to do what they feel. I don't think there is some kind of mission of the West to keep hating Russia permanently. But how quickly they have turned from all those nice speeches and technical and assurances that from the Atlantic for Pacific Ocean we have everything in common, security and space and economics. How quickly they shook it off. How quickly those instinct to join against Russia, to just like again, just like Napoleon united Europe against others, and now we have clarification activities elucidating the history with Finland. Take Finland, how they used to be the best friend of Hitler and Germany helping actively. We thought it's all gone. It's all. After all those wars, they would be sincere. Why it took so long? Why did it take so long? We have many proverbs that actually express the soul and nature of Russian people, patient people. So tolerant. We shall tolerate everything for something good, for the good of it. God was patient and He ordered us. But there's another one. Measure 7 times, but cut once. We have been measuring, and then it was time to cut. It was not easy. But again, look at the chronicles that they keep showing. The prisoners of wars, Germans, were dragged somewhere to Siberia, walked to Siberia, through villages and cities, and just Russian women would get out of their house, give them some bread, some water, feed them as they were dragging their feet to this Siberia. So it's, kindness to the fallen. Probably, I'm not saying that this is some kind of exclusive nature, but this quality of the Russians and all our people, probably they somehow underestimate us, or believe that it will be, forever. They will be nasty, and we shall give them bread. They will treat us. But we are neighbors with them. But whatever, that's what we have as neighbors. So we have a colleague from Syria who can ask a question.
Expert in Syria.
expert from Syria, Ali Al-Ahmed. Actually, you have already answered half of my questions about Syria and Iraq and even Palestine, but I wanted to speak about the national character of Russian, quality of Russians, culture, values, everything that indeed Russia protects now. And even the BRICS countries, this soft power, when again and again, Mosfilm series, Russian literature. During the Soviet Union times, there was progress and many newspapers translated into other languages. This soft power, when are we going to see it again in other countries, overseas, abroad, so that it would be promoting the values against the Western values that they keep promoting and just ousting things that are not acceptable for the humanity. As for the number of conductors of the soft power, like NGOs that we mentioned, and just like the quantities of military bases overseas, we shall not be able to catch up with the U.S., and we shall not be trying to catch up. Their soft power is follow-up of the state. Probably it should be that way, because the state supports soft power so that others would know the truth and treat it nice and would not rebel against you and would not. We should probably do that as well. Now, for instance, take traveling people officially, ambassadors or they travel across, they're not shy to travel to Asian countries and speak in public. Yes, you're in the CIS, SCO, but you should still EU, but you should still stick to our sanctions, whatever you are. They are pushing, they're cursing people. Yeah, but it's so straightforward, so simple. You could be more respectful, more subtle, They actually humiliate other countries. Look at China. They demand things from China. China is bound to, there is such a deputy state secretary, I forgot, Sherman, I guess. A couple of years ago, she used to say, a year ago, she was saying, spoke about India in public. She said, we need to explain India their national interests. No comment here. They need to enlighten India on their national interests. We don't need that soft power. We stopped talking quite some time ago in our doctrines, in our documents, to work on setting up positive image of Russia overseas. We write objective image, not positive. We know our deficiencies, nothing to hide. This is due to our history, background, inertia, especially at the start of this sanction and hybrid war. But we want people to know us for what we are, really are. And we don't have high financial capacities, as just like those who print dollars, approaching their state debt to 33 trillion. How are they going to get out of it? There's only one way: to keep printing and force everyone to use that dollar. And this is not fair, but it's dangerous. It's their problem. Let them continue their propaganda. We have lower sums of money, but we are growing the network of embassies, diplomatic missions, consulates in the Middle East, in Africa, in Southeast Asia, in Latin America. And we grow and raise the quality of the houses of Russian culture and science. We also call them Russian houses. Now we have developed a concept of facilitating international development and within which all the aid that we provide free of charge with foods to other countries, foods, building schools, healthcare institutions, and many other things, so that all this would be united and combined and synchronized, so that there would be division of labor, so that we would see which projects are where, so that it wouldn't be like silos in different. And this great wonder, the Russian language, our very strong soft power tool, and we increase we accept students, we keep relations with graduates. In many countries, we create graduates and postgraduates associations with students who were taught by Russia. This is a very open and positive soft power. And indeed, in the friendly countries, we set up courses of Russian language in the Central Asia, in other countries, in Azerbaijan, Armenia. We have Russian schools. We create Russian schools according to state official programs, branches of Russian universities. I believe that's our prevailing advantages, soft power that we are going to promote, considering in opposite to, unlike those under carpet, things when someone, buys a boat that can hold 6 and blows up the North Stream, that's their way, unlike other way. So our time is running out, and we still have time but please introduce yourself just to support the gender balance. Huge thanks. My name is Natalia Savelyeva from the youth section of Primakov reading. My question, during the crisis, we usually are searching for something that unites us. So let me ask a question about space. Do you think that the cooperation in space depends a lot on international law? So what is the way that the international law will take? What is the route? And in particular, the space law. So are we going to conclude new agreements on the basis of the United Nations, or shall we switch to bilateral and multilateral agreements within blocks like Artemis, or shall we just forget about any legal documents in this area? So what about your vision? So to make cooperation in space, it was the brightest example when the interests, egoistic or just national interests, were built in such a way that to target joint effort into space. Remember Soyuz and Apollo. No Soviet Union, nor US, nor the US were sacrificing their national interest. But the idea is that when you join effort in this area, you can learn more and understand better how this greater combination can be used in practical life in space and on Earth. And now that we still have this international space station, it's kind of surrealistic when our astronauts go to the United States to be trained to work on SpaceX, and American astronauts get trained in Russia and then use our space vehicle to go to space. And we cannot imagine this. It looks weird, but it is true. It's not a test, an experiment anymore. It's daily routine work. Hard, but very useful for science, for the future technological development. And it is important. And be blessed, those who do it. But life goes on. And the space station is not infinite. We have extended the resource for a couple of times. Now we are building our own. The Chinese have built our own. We have a joint project with the Chinese. NASA leaders seem to be saying that they don't mind to continue cooperation after the international station expires, but we have never heard anything like that at the political level. So their position is that now that we need the Russian, we shall use them, and then we shall build something of our own and drop them. But those who, NASA, people from NASA have different position. The agreement on space is still valid, and it covers, according the status of the moon. So the American documents that they developed several years ago and start inviting some countries, handpick some of them, will contradict the proper and honest understanding of the valid contract, because it includes moon and the other things, and military aspect. Together with the People's Republic of China, we have been promoting in Geneva on disarmament conference the project, the draft contract on preventing the arms race in the space, on non-placement of the arms in space. The US disagree, and we kind of made a step back to suggest for the start to consider the commitment, individual commitment of each country not to be the first to place arms in space. And many countries have joined, and we shall keep working. And the Americans behave otherwise. They have a reverse initiative. We have the right to put arms in space. We're not going to sign such commitment. And you and the Chinese get anti-satellite weapons ready so that our satellites, can be destroyed by that weapons. But that's how the talks are. But it's clear after the start of the hybrid war against Russia, it is difficult to continue such discussions, considering that the Americans flew off handle, and starting this campaign and twisting everyone's arms, trying either to oust Russia from many United Nations agencies who do important things, or to restrict such participation of Russia in such UN departments. So the fight goes on. We keep fighting. Sergey Viktorovich, we thank you so much for your very deep, professional, and very human replies. We can feel the Primakov school of thinking, and we shall be happy to see you in a year's time.
Уважаемые дамы и господа, через 30 минут мы приглашаем вас на обед. Dear ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you to have lunch in 30 minutes. Сессия 2 «Ближний Восток. Трагедии и вызовы незавершенного конфликта» начнется в 16:00. Session 2 «The Middle East. The Tragedy and Challenges of the Unresolved Conflict» starts at 16 hours. Thank you.
1, 2, 3, 4. Раз, два, три, раз, раз, два. 226, 227. 1, 2, 3, 4, раз, два, три, раз, раз, два, три. 226, 227.
About you.
Уважаемые дамы и господа, сессия 2 «Ближний Восток. Трагедии и вызовы незавершенного конфликта» начинают свою работу. Пожалуйста, займите свои места. Dear ladies and gentlemen, Session 2, The Middle East, the Strategy and Challenges of the Unresolved Conflict, begins its work. Please proceed your seats. На сцену приглашаются модератор Виталий Наумкин, научный руководитель Института востоковедения РАН, академик Российской академии наук. Хатим Аль-Шанфари, профессор факультета экономики и финансов Университета Султана Кабуса, Оман. Хасан Унал, профессор факультета политологии и международных отношений Башкентского университета, Турция. Сайед Мохаммед Казем Саджадпур, заслуженный старший научный сотрудник Института политических и международных исследований Ирана, профессор школы международных отношений Иран. Али Аль-Ахмад, общественный деятель, советник Российского центра науки и культуры в Дамаске, Сирия. Рамзи Эззельдин Рамзи, дипломат, бывший старший заместитель секретаря МИД Египта, заместитель специального посланника ООН по Сирии с 2014 по 2019 годы. Ирина Звигельская, руководитель Центра ближневосточных исследований ИМЭМО РАН. Please welcome to the stage. Moderator Vitaly Naumkin, Scientific Director of the Institute of Oriental Studies of the Russian Academy of Sciences, full member of the Russian Academy of Sciences. Hatim Al-Shanfari, Professor of the Department of Economics and Finance, Qabus Sultan University, Oman. Hassan Unal, Professor of the Department of Political Science and International Relations, Bashkent University, Turkey. Sayed Mohammed Kazem Sajjadpur, Senior Distinguished Fellow at the Institute for Political and International Studies, Professor of International Relations, School of International Relations, Iran. Ali Al-Ahmad, Advisor to the Russian Center of Science and Culture in Damascus, Syria. Ramzi Ezeldin Ramzi, former Senior Under-Secretary at the Egyptian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, former Assistant Secretary General of the United Nations and Deputy Special Envoy for Syria. Irina Zviagelskaya, Head of the Center for the Middle East Studies, Primakov Institute of World Economy and International Relations.
Добрый день, добрый вечер, уважаемые участники.
Good afternoon. We have one housekeeping technical problem. We need just to change the listening devices, but we can start. Right now, my task is to simplify it, because they introduced every person. And then the position and of each person. So we have made all the introductions. So I'd like just to start with a short preamble, and then move over to give the floor to each of the participants. Probably just I would suggest that each one speaks for 5-7 minutes, and give a general idea of what they want to say, and then we'll do the questions and answers, and so we'll do it interactively. Like wise people in front of us, before us, were saying that the Middle East is obvious, and we know the problems, we know the issues, and we are witnesses of this horrible tragedy in the Gaza Strip, and the exacerbation of the Palestinian-Israeli conflict, which is the heart of a wider, more expanded conflict, one of the most lengthy conflicts in our history, and we remembered Mr. Primakov. I remember when I worked with him, he was the director of the Institute of Eastern Studies, and we had heated discussions. So whether it was possible to regulate, to settle the conflict in that area, so that all involved stakeholders would agree so to certain terms. And so then Mr. Primakov was right in saying that it's only themselves would be able or could settle this conflict and address this issue, but whether they would be able to do that certainly could be put in question. And so yes, I will just start this discussion, and I hope that it will trigger the discussion. And I'd like to start by saying that since one way or the other we always discuss the Gaza Strip, and then we're saying that Israel is doing this unproportionate response to the attack of the Hamas combatants to Israel. And so the number of victims is reaching 15,000, including women and children, which accounts for 70% of all the victims. And so then the question is, what's the plan of Israel? So that besides vengeance, what else do they want to do besides vengeance? So then certainly they certainly speak about one great big goal is destroying the infrastructure of Hamas and wiping Hamas out as a political movement, which is a tall order and highly unlikely. And so then what needs to be done and how? I will touch upon 5 points. I think 5 points. So then if we analyze all the discussions that we are having in different countries of the world, in Russia and other countries about Israel and the Arab world, so vis-a-vis what is it that Israel wants, then let me identify those points so that I could get some feedback to the 5 points that I would like to enumerate. First is reoccupation of the Gaza Strip by the Israeli army. I'm not talking about pros and contras because some will be for, some against. So some will say that they're not intending to occupy the Gaza Strip because the risk of high victim rate is quite likely. Then the second is placing or deploying, establishing, better to say, of military control over Gaza Strip, especially the northern part of Gaza, that has been practically so cleaned off the surface military personnel of Hamas, but not underground. And so another comment: what was done on the western bank. So that's military control. The third option is transfer of Gaza under the control of Egypt. So Egypt is against it, although I've talked to some Egyptian colleagues who were saying, so remember in the 60s, the Gaza Strip was under Egypt, and yes, we could handle the situation. So because we are 112 million people, very big. And so then we don't send them to Sinai, where there's lots of Bedouins and who are part of IGIL. So, but they will be okay. They will dissolve in the big population of Egypt and Baz. And so, but against their will to send them to Egypt is not right. and ISIS, right? And then to give Gaza Strip under Palestinian administration and to offer them this Palestinian autonomy. And the last option is international presence. National presence, military forces, and so then today we spoke about that, and so then about this option. Although I find it difficult to see what kind of state is ready to send military personnel so to support or regulate or settle or address this issue. I don't know who would dare to that. So there's looking at this bloodbath that's taking place there right now. So I would like just to limit myself. So they're not even comments, they're questions, and I would like just to offer this opportunity to touch upon about the prospects, because we know what's being discussed on that side. But on the side of Hamas, we understand that the task is very simple: to free the territory, to make it free. And many of my colleagues and I think that Hamas is impossible to annihilate because that the cruelty that has been displayed by the Israeli troops is certainly a call to radicalism, and it will be only worse. At this point, I will stop, and I'd like to ask our Turkish colleague and friend to touch upon this issue, Hasan Unal, and to ask to belabor that point. Please, over to you.
Chairman, and first, let me start by thanking the Primakov Institute for issuing an invitation to me to participate in all the discussions and talk to such an esteemed audience like you on very important geopolitical issues. Now, I think this audience, all of us who have been following important geopolitical issues across the world, are knowledgeable enough about the Palestinian question. So I'm not going to go into the nitty-gritty details of the Palestinian question, nor am I going to go into what can be done to basically resolve the issue in a sober environment. Politically, it is possible to come up with a solution to the problem by looking at the core issue and the core question by basically establishing two states. But we also know, I mean, it would be fair to establish two states perhaps, but at the same time, we all know that it is not going to be easy, certainly not in the foreseeable future, because we are now confronted basically with an Israel which is run by politicians who are vying among themselves for further radicalism and almost bordering on racism of all sorts. So it is not going to be easy to establish two states, although that would probably address the core question in the region. What I would like to basically talk about are few points that are worth making about the worldwide consequences of the present ongoing massacres of genocidal dimension by Israel are likely to produce for the whole world. I think one point is about the loss of moral high ground by the West. I think this is a very important part of the whole thing, because we can easily dismiss the moral high ground that has been resorted to by the West on each and every question, and they used all the arguments like basically major concepts all of us dearly embrace, like democracy, democratization, basic human rights, freedoms and all that, but they have misused all of them so, over the last few decades so frequently. But at the same time, this was their ballistic missile. They used it as ballistic missiles in attacking any other country, when they wanted to destroy a country or when they wanted to destabilize a country. And quite a number of people across the world initially subscribed to that view that, some degree of democratization was possible and indeed necessary in certain parts of the globe. But after what we have been seeing, all these massacres and ethnic cleansing of a major scale that has been unfolding before our very eyes, it is going to be extremely difficult, if not impossible, for any of the Western countries, particularly the United States, to come up and talk about the moral high ground. I would imagine now any non-Western leader or high-ranking official responding to any of his or her counterpart, when they even open their mouth with words like moral high ground and rules-based order, simply just shutting them up by saying, well, look, you are talking about democratization a la Gaza? Oh, we know it well, and we won't buy it. Thank you. Okay, and they have basically destroyed their very moral base on which they have made fortunes, politically speaking, okay? And from now on, that moral high ground has become almost valueless. It is like the stock exchange basically crashing, and then all the shares having no price at all, becoming like junk shares in the hands of so-called investors. Now, the other thing is, we can say, well, why is it now so important? From the establishment of Israel, we have known all along how brutal Israel can get and how severe they can attack the Palestinians, how severely they can attack the Palestinians, and how they can get engaged in ethnic cleansing of any sort. Why is this any different from the previous ones now? Well, I'd say there are, again, 2 points which I think worth mentioning. One is the scale on which the Israelis are now engaged in ethnic cleansing. I mean, in a very short span of time, something like a couple of months, we're talking about 15 to 20,000 people having been butchered. This is and the second thing is, this is being live broadcast, okay? This has been live broadcast. And so we have this scale, which we haven't seen. It is certainly unprecedented. And the number of people, I mean, the Israelis have always been rough handling the Palestinians and all that. They have always been engaged in ethnic cleansing, but this time it has assumed industrial scale, industrial dimension. It is incredible. The other thing is, which is probably more important in terms of the effect that it is going to have on world politics, this is happening at the time of emerging multipolarity. I suppose when the world historians begin writing about the emergence of multipolarity, they are going to basically emphasize certain points, one of which is certainly going to be this conflict. I think when the Russian special military operation began in Ukraine, it certainly unleashed forces that were extremely powerful and extremely dedicated to bring about multipolarity. And Russian resilience has shown to the whole world, particularly in economic and military terms, that Russia is not going to be brought down to its knees. If anything, it's been the European countries that are actually suffering from the anti-Russia sanctions more than Russia itself. And all that brought about a feeling. It certainly led to a feeling across the world among all those countries who were somewhat longing for the end of unipolar world order in one form or the other, that something good may be on the horizon, okay? So, hence, so many African and other countries' leaders standing up to their Western counterparts and talking about in a very critical way of the West's handling of them, financially, militarily, politically, and what have you. And I think the historians will also put a lot of emphasis on the current crisis, because the Western world just basically destroyed its own standing on moral high ground in this particular conflict. The way they got together to support Israel so unconditionally, and the way they basically showed solidarity with Israel, again so unconditionally, leaves no moral high ground for them to basically come up with in their discussions to other countries. I think this, in terms of the consequences, this present tragic conflict has produced is going to be very interesting to follow in the years and decades to come. I think with this, I conclude, of course, being ready to answer any questions and comments. Thank you.
Большое спасибо, профессор.
Thank you very much, Professor. Now, just by way of clarification, I'd like just to ask one little question, follow-up question. It's a double question for you to clarify. Remembering the debates that we have in the expert communities in different countries, so there is a question. So that is asked always to both sides, put to both sides. On the one side, this Hamas, does this movement have a right that is located on the occupied territory, or doesn't it have the right to be involved in violent activities? Certainly they should not go outside the international humanitarian law. For freeing its territory, don't they have the end on the part of Israel? A similar question put to Israel: does Israel have the right, being the occupying state, for self-protection? So these questions are being discussed at the United Nations and other institutions. Let me get your take on that.
I specifically refer to the two-state solution. That would mean that Israel would have the right to exist just as a proper, workable and governable Palestinian state next to it have the right to exist. So whether Hamas or other Palestinian authority, what I would say, the West and Israel should not and could not duck behind Hamas to basically justify what they have been doing. If Israel had been in good terms with any other Palestinian authority in bringing about a Palestinian state, a workable and governable Palestinian state on again workable and governable geography of its own, then we could have all dismissed Hamas, and then indeed there would have been perhaps no Hamas then. Okay, but Israel doesn't seem to be ready to negotiate anything with any Palestinian authority, with any Palestinians, except that they are just engaged in ethnic cleansing of all sorts. And this sort of occasional utterances by the Israeli politicians and by people like Netanyahu himself, leaves out no hope for the future that Israel will come to its senses, and then it will basically start a sensible dialogue with any Palestinian group or authority for a two-state solution. So that would be my response to all that. Thank you.
Спасибо.
Thank you. And we have another Professor Sajapur who visits us quite often. He is our good friend. So let me direct the next question at you. In your presentation, I would request you to concentrate on the things to do so that the Russian requirements, the demands of Russian diplomacy on suspending the military activities and humanitarian break, the pause, and stopping the military activities. So what has to be done in order to for this appeal to be heard? So what should be done to stop those military activities in Gaza? And the question about the possible role of the international mediators. Vladimir Putin said that the attempt of the U.S. to monopolize the mediatory role has destructive nature, and it is not capable, and Israel cannot ensure safety of their citizens, of his citizens, through this tool of monopolized role by Americans. In this view, considering that the United States thus actually weaken these four mediators, can we actually talk about the again revival of its role, renewal of its role?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Let me first thank ИМЭМО and Professor Dinkin for inviting me. It's a pleasure to be back in Moscow, and also it's a pleasure to be in a panel chaired by a very good friend, and I have to say one of the leading scholars globally on Middle Eastern studies, for whom I have high respect, Professor Nomkin, and the rest of the team in this panel. Actually, before answering your question, I try to relate the subject that we discussed to the topic of the conference and to Primakov ideas. I think what we see today in the Middle East is very complicated, but if we can ask this question, that how can we analyze the situation as it is with a type of Primakovian worldview, what would be the answer? And my answer is that the Middle East at large, especially after this Gaza conflict, is a mirror of international relations and a mirror of international system, and it shows transition, change, multipolarity. How? I answer this question in a type of ABC. This is actually the result of the study that we can have on the details of what happened during this conflict, as well as other issues in the Middle East. A, assumptions need to be revisited. B, building actors should be identified. Actors. And here I go to your question later. And C, the contextual dynamism should also be examined. When you look at this, you see unipolarity in analysis, unipolarity in action, and unipolarity in depiction doesn't give an answer. What we see, we should really depart from assumptions that are hegemonic, and we should take all actors into account, and the dynamism of the context really is so tense. Let me go quickly on each of these ABCs. A, assumptions. First of all, we have an assumption of hegemony in the Middle East. I think US is for hegemony in the Middle East. Has tried for hegemony, is trying. Israel is for regional hegemony also, and they explain their action in this paradigm of hegemony. It doesn't work. The recent conflict showed that hegemony is an impossibility, be it global or be it regional. Another assumption which is very important is marginalization and isolation. They tried their best to marginalize Palestinian issue, as if it's not an issue at all. It is not a conflict. It is something of the past. I think this conflict suggested that assumption of possible marginalization and possible ignorance and sidelining is an impossibility also. And I think another assumption is securitization of identities and actorship of all actors. This happened also, that they securitize. For example, Iran is a threat by everything. I think this type of securitization of Palestinian identity, Iranian identity, all didn't work. So what do we need on the base of assumptions? I think we have to depart from this type of reductionist, simplistic approach, which is packaged in a type of academic exercise or pseudo-academic exercise, and we have to look from multiple angles, not just one angle. I think Primakov tells us, look at an issue with multiple dimensions and not just a singular assumption which is taken as granted, but it proves to be wrong. So this is A. Of course, I try to be very telegraphic and not go to detail. Let's go to the B, building actors. This conflict shows that there are so many actors. We have multiple actors. And actors are not just states. We have a non-state actor as Hamas, who is able to act more than a state. We have also states as actors. We have great powers and actors. Furthermore, regional actors, I think, are more important in this context. But going beyond this state level, I think this conflict suggested that every human being is an actor. Show me anybody who is not dismayed by this massive massacre and has not shown at least an anger. Even those who try to justify have a type of problem in their own, let's say, inside. And media were actors, international organizations were actors, regional organizations. BRICS had a summit. I think this type of multiple actorship relates to what Primakov said, that if you want to analyze the situation, you cannot go. Yes, of course, US was the most important actor negatively. If it was not US support, now I go to your question. I think for all of the, let's say, conflicts from A to Z, the major supporter was United States, of course, the West at large, the collective West, the global South, the global East were all clear on their positioning. But I think the US has to be blamed because I think it was the main culprit in this whole conflict. And the moment that US is pushed or pressured to change its position or to at least have some nuances, there would be impact on the totality of the conflict. So you cannot separate Israel from the United States in this conflict. But however, it is a multiple actorship paradigm that can tell us what's going on in this conflict. Let me go to my C. contextual dynamism. I think the dynamism which was created by this conflict is of multiple layers. First of all, as my good Turkish friend suggested, normative context. I think the West has lost normatively, and it is impossible to really repair, because they were advising something else and they were acting something else. And there is no need for any type of, let's say, clarification. They wanted bombing of Gaza to continue. They even didn't use the word ceasefire. There were at least 5 attempts in the Security Council for a resolution, and they were all sabotaged. Finally, there was a minimal one, which was by Malta as an elected member proposed by Malta, which is very interesting. But I think in normative context, the West, of course, had lost its moral authority many times and many years ago, but this was really a very, very important turning point, and I think it continues this normative, let's say, bankruptcy. But it is not just this one. I think the other dynamism of this conflict was it is the most tense psychological context which created. Fear, anger, revenge. I think you see a set of complex emotionalism in this conflict, which is not limited to just the zone of conflict. It is global. I think we have globalization of emotion in this conflict. As I mentioned, everyone was dismayed. And I think this is very important for analyzing the whole situation. Finally, on the political level, it also showed all actors matter. Smaller states, look at Qatar. Regional players matter. And it is not just there are only one dimension. There are multiple dimension, multiple dynamism. This is also where I think Primakov thinking can really help, because when you want to analyze, you have to see multiple layers, multiple centers of power in the Middle East, multiple effective processes you can consider. So to put all together, you can see that it is mirroring what's happening in the international system. The international system cannot be any more unipolar. I think it is multiple layer, multiple actor, multiple assumptions, and multiple angle. But do we have a prompt, let's say, a solution for all these conflicts? I think what we have to take into account, there are immediate steps which should be taken. Ceasefire. Now we don't have still a complete ceasefire. It is just 4 or 5 days. It should be. Then, of course, there are legal dimensions and so on and so forth. But let me end here by referring to the really hegemonic desire of the United States that shaped the Middle East. I think the U.S. should learn that Middle East cannot be shaped by the United States. And the Middle East only can be shaped by those who are in the Middle East, including the Palestinians, whose rights have been neglected for a long time. Thank you.
Большое спасибо, профессор Саджадпур. Вы видите, что у нас сегодня число профессоров.
Thank you so much. You see that the number of professors at this panel is even bigger than the number of chairs, armchairs. So, and I want to ask a personal question. Some of my Palestinian friends were surprised that in spite of all the good feelings that Iran has to Palestinian movement, Iran, a friendly Hezbollah, did not express their desire to open so-called the second front, the second battlefield against Israel. What can you say about it?
This conflict proved that Iran is the real friend of Palestinians. more importantly, Iranian narrative on Palestine proved to be right? What were Iranian points from the beginning? I think if you review what Iranian position has been after the Islamic Revolution, you come to this conclusion that Iran has been a consistent, clear friend of Palestine, and it is not, let's say, even departing 1 inch from this very principled position. On the technicalities on fronts, military operations, these are the very sophisticated issues. I think a part of it was the narrative of the press, but the Palestinians of all sides were also appreciative of the role that Iran played.
Спасибо.
Thank you. And our next speaker, Dr. Ramsey, our friend as well, an old friend, long-standing friend who participated in several Primakov reading several sessions over the last few years. Moreover, who is a very experienced, illustrious diplomat with a very responsible post in New York. We spent some time together in Geneva preparing and carrying out the meetings of so-called Constitutional Committee. So our friend Ramsey, I welcome you, and I wanted to ask you this question. As we spoke today about Yevgeny Primakov in 2009, and the article published by him. In this article, he said that everything that we discuss and the solution of two states is in the hands of those two actors, Israel and Palestine, as today our Minister said, those two entities instead of actors. What do you think? Can Arab countries, as the role of regional states certainly absolutely is growing, and they become more independent, more sovereign from American dictate, from the attempt to impose something on them? What could you say about them, about their capacity to address this problem, basically, not just give some cosmetic, trimming of the problem, but really solve it? Could you hear me? Could you hear the translation? Have you got the question?
Very much, Vitaly. Do you want me to eat now, or do you have something else to say?
Yes.
Hello? Hello? Can you hear me?
We can hear you, but
okay.
Not quite clearly,
Good.
but quite enough, to understand.
Not quite. Some technical interruption. The line keeps fading out. Yeah, interpreter here. The line is very kind of spiky.
Oh, I'm sorry. I will try, and let me know if there's a problem, so I would not continue. But first of all, Vitaly, it's a pleasure to participate in a panel in which you are responsible for. But allow me also to express my appreciation to Professor Dynkin and the organizers of the Primakov readings for inviting me to this August meeting dedicated to the memory of Yevgeny Maximov Primakov, one of Russia's most outstanding diplomats and politician. I had the privilege of meeting Mr. Primakov, as you well know, Vitaly, on numerous occasions, since he was the director of ИМЭМО and in his successive other positions. At the time, I was a counselor at the Egyptian embassy in Moscow. Coming from Egypt, I was always impressed by the breadth of his knowledge and expertise in the region. In many ways, he was prescient about the region. I cannot help but wonder how he would have related to the crisis in Gaza. I'm sure he would have had many thoughts on how to seize the opportunity in this crisis. I will not dwell on what is happening in Gaza. Other speakers have done that, and it is quite clear. But let me just say one thing. If it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it's a duck. We are facing genocide in Gaza. No matter how you look at it, like I said, walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it is a duck. Now, let me say one thing that is very clear to me, and I think to many in this region, is it can no longer be business as usual with Israel. Israel has laid bare, it's true, at least the present Israeli government has laid bare its intentions for the future. It is against a Palestinian state. I think that is quite obvious, and I think the world has to take cognizance of that and act accordingly. So it cannot be business as usual. Now, if you look at the present situation, I think there are a number of scenarios being envisaged, and I will get to answering your question. The first scenario is the two-state solution, and that there has been discussed, and we'll get back to it later. There is a one-state solution, which is favored by the Israeli right, and certainly which basically means expulsion of the Palestinians from their territories, whether in Gaza or the West. And here I will emphasize once again that the issue of expulsion or transfer, if you wish to, of Palestinians to either Egypt and Jordan is absolutely unacceptable. And the reasons are many, but primarily it means that you would be contributing to the end of the Palestinian problem and basically sweep the rug, and that Egypt will not be party to any such scheme. I think that is quite obvious. But it also poses a security threat and to Egypt, and would be highly destabilizing in the relationship between Egypt and Israel in the future. So this is off the table insofar as Egypt is concerned. The other scenario is also a one-state solution, which is favored by, I would say, many Palestinians and many people around the world, which basically speaks about a one state in which Arabs would live together as equal citizens. And that, of course, is not accepted by the present Israeli government, nor by the right-wing Israelis. The third scenario is a return status quo ante before October 7th. And that is it's obvious that it is not going to happen. And if it were, it would be done by giving some sort of fig leaf of a political process. And I can tell you from now, this is also highly destabilizing and will not endure. So I think the only option we have is the two-state solution with all its problems, with all its difficulties. But I think this is the international consensus, and I think the world has to work towards its realization. But that will need more than talking the talk. It means walking the walk. And that requires the Arabs to take action, and also all those who are interested in a durable and comprehensive peace. But of course, the main responsibility falls on the Arabs. And the Arabs have started a process, and I think it will require help from all our friends around the world, including, of course, Russia, which we have always received, but I think we will expect a little bit more down the road. Now, how to move to a two-state solution? But I think at this point, what is more important are two things. One, a durable ceasefire. that is an absolute necessity at this point. I mean, we cannot speak of day after or how the region would look like after the crisis in Gaza ends. We need to have a ceasefire immediately, and it has to be durable. The second issue, of course, is to ensure that humanitarian aid is provided to Palestinians in Gaza and even in the West Bank. And that the world has a responsibility to implement that. I mean, as you know, Vitaly, we have worked on Syria together, and there was a mechanism that in which the member international Syria support group participated, and it did play a role in ensuring that humanitarian aid reaches all over Syria. And I think something along those lines can be envisaged in the case of Gaza. And I think we need to move quickly on that. Now, I think what is required at this stage, I think, from Russia, a friend of the Arab countries and has always supported the Arab and Palestinian cause, I think are a number of things. First, continued support of Arab positions in international fora, including and particularly in the Security Council, because there will be action that will be needed there. We have always received that support, and I have no doubt we need to receive that. Second, I think what is important is Russia should use its leverage with Israel. The relationship between Moscow and Tel Aviv has not been better, including with Prime Minister Netanyahu. And I think Russia does have some leverage with Israel, and it should use this leverage to first convince Israel of the necessity of an immediate, and second, to allow unhindered humanitarian aid, and prevent Israel from widening the scope of the war, particularly in Syria and Lebanon. And I think Russia can play an important role there. Russia has a military presence in Syria, and through that, it has been in contact with Israel to stabilize the situation. So I think this needs to be taken a step further, quite frankly. Now, how Russia will use its leverage with Israel is something, of course, for Russia to determine. But I can tell you quite frankly, in our part of the world, in the Arab world, when we look at the fact that 20% of the Israeli population is of Russian descent, people are hopeful that Russia will be able to use whatever is at its disposal to convince the Israeli public that it is in their interest to forgo the use of force and to live with the Palestinians side by side in a state of their own. And I think that Russia can play that role due to the influence it has amassed over the past, I would say, decade or two. That did not exist in 1973 when there was an opportunity for comprehensive peace. Today, the situation is different. The Arab world, of course, again, answering your question, the Arab world today is in a much more favorable position to a comprehensive peace. It is no longer dependent entirely, or at least some of its countries, on the United States for military protection. The economic weight of the Arab countries has been enormously enhanced over the past decades. Today, the Arab world commands maybe 60% of the oil and gas, and that is increasing. It has sovereign funds that account for more than $3 billion at their disposal, and that can be used not only to restructure relations within the global south, but also between the global south and the rest of the world. So, and by virtue of its position between Asia and Africa, Asia, which is up and coming, and Africa with all its potential, the Arab world, is a link between these two promising regions. And I think by virtue of these conditions, it is in a much better position to chart an independent and constructive role on their own. I thank you very much.
Большое спасибо. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I'm not going to ask you any questions because our time is drawing to its end. But we have one more professor of our panel. Unfortunately, won't be able to speak for unknown reasons, and he apologizes, and he won't be able to. So that's why I move over to Ali Ahmad, advisor to the Russian Center of Science and Culture. And and I would like to ask you one question before you start talking. So you, just like our Iranian friends and colleagues, so they are accusing us that you are part of what is happening in Palestine and what Hamas is doing in Israel, from the viewpoint of Israel. So they think they accuse you of that. And moreover, this Israel has stepped up bombings of Syria, which certainly creates a great deal of concern for all of us. Syria is being accused that it supports Hamas and is allegedly behind the activities of Hamas. Although I remember that quite recently, a few years ago, when the Syrian army started to attack successfully the positions of extremists in Damascus. So there were fights in the area of Palestine refugees, Vermuk. And so that's actually there is a city in the middle of Damascus. And you remember, we went to this territory, we drove around, and so when it all ended, everything. And so if we look at it, they will see that there the fights were between the Syrian army on one side and the members of Hamas. And actually, so we're not talking that there was kind of an alliance between these two factions. No, it's just because they were fighting with Hamas. So what would be your take on this very complex disposition of forces and the serious position in this conflict, and what needs to be done to stop Americans from interfering in the Middle East business, and would stop to annex so this a part of Syria, which is rich in oil and wheat. How to discourage them from that? Thank you very much. First, allow me to thank the organizers of this very important conference, Primakov readings, and Professor Dinkin and Professor Wojtolowski, and all organizers of this prominent gathering. And answering your question, I would like to remind all our colleagues that bombings of different locations in Syria until October the 7th, several times. So then they bombed Aleppo airport, Damascus airport, and other regions were bombed. And when Israel, so they are saying that they're trying just so they're going against Iran, and I always say to that. So then Iran has many other ways to support Syria through a ground operation. So there is no need to use airports to bring in what Syria needs from Iran. and no need, or just even to provide, to supply Syria with weapons. There is no need for airports, and so because Iranians know that very well. And then there is the Syrian government, which is lawful, legal, and it can actually cooperate and do business with whatever country they select, and that's why they invited Russia and they invited Iran to support them as friendly countries in addressing this issue of independence. So that will be the answer to your question. So then we had some confrontation with Hamas, actually. It was a deep confrontation because they supported radical groups in Syria, al-Nusra and other Muslim groups. And this is. But we're not going to talk about that, but we had lots of divergences, critically important divergences. But now, before this session, when I talked to Vitaly Vyacheslavovic, and so then when we spoke about this conflict, Palestinian-Israeli conflict, in my view, so before this, because this big explosion is still quite possible in the Middle East. And we should not restrict or limit ourselves with the question of Palestinian-Israeli conflict or Hamas-Israel question. We should not limit ourselves to these two questions. It's much deeper. It goes back much further away in time, and goes back. So actually, this is north. It's northeast. It's not north-south, but it's east-west. That's my opinion. And so there are some bullet points that I would like to verbalize. So to accuse the Arabs that they are anti-Semites, so that won't work, because anti-Semites. Because they are our cousins. Jews are our cousins. So this idea of anti-Semitism won't fly in this region. And it's myself and my colleagues mentioned that it's the West. The West is an amazing construct. It's an amazing construct because it's acquiring. It's kind of double-faced. Construct. So then Mr. Lavrov was saying that they're raising issues of freedom, human rights, democracy, and all these philosophical issues, but effectively, so they're raising these issues and only for themselves and not for other peoples. So we have examples galore, 300 years ago and until now. We know that India was a developed country before the British so turned it into a colony, and actually so then before they came, so its economic growth was 20% of the global economic growth. And so they left the country after 100 years of colonial rule, and they just completely destroyed it. The same they're doing with China. So there are two examples. So when they left the country, India was in bad shape, and the same is true for China. So now just they have become much stronger, thank God. But we should not forget that the West, what they have done to Algeria. So when they turned it into a colony, so then 2 to 7 million people, and now they're asking and now they are returning. So all everything what they've done. So Cherby, they are returning what they were given by French officers. So Cherby that were against the French. Not only the French. It's not only the Germans. The Germans, Tanzania was conquered by the Germans. We know that hundreds of thousands of people during that conquest were annihilated. And that is why if we look deeper into it as to what's happening on the Palestinian soil in our region, it's not far from what's happening in Ukraine right now. And if we combine the history when Napoleon attacked Russia, and so at the same time Napoleon attacked the Middle East. If you know history, we are well versed in history, you know exactly the same time he attacked the Middle East as well. So he made war on them as well. And unfortunately, so this is a lengthy war. And I think that sometime, somewhere, at certain point in time, it works out that Israel is a tool of the West. Is a tool of the West. And people are victims. Both the Israelis and the Palestinians are the victims. So certainly in this case they are the aggressors, they are the conquerors, but let me repeat again that they're victims of the West. Victims of the West. Because all the actually all the money, all the wealth that the West has created is based on the blood of all the countries they plundered and destroyed. And that is why the West does not want to go back. So never. They will certainly stick to their guns, because they will never agree just to go back. Because they can't figure out how the West can develop without sucking blood from other nations. They don't know how to act differently, and because they have not learned. And hopefully, maybe the West will develop a different mode operandi for the West, because it would be much better for the rest of the world. Because as repeatedly the Russian side has been saying and insisting, and the Minister of Foreign Affairs, so we always, and so these two, Putin and Lavrov, always called them colleagues. So because they did not want unipolarity, neither East nor West, because it's very important that the United States of America maybe should dismantle itself. We do not want just the United States to crumble because it's a nuclear power. But we're talking about Palestinian-Israeli conflict. But this Palestinian-Israeli conflict, it's not only on this land. It depends largely on the policy pursued by the West to a great extent. And if I understand Mr. Ramsey correctly, when he was talking about the economic and when he enumerated the factors of the war, and we have this war, when they have this program of Ben-Gurion Channel, this is a very serious program, and it will be running parallel to Swiss Channel. So simultaneously, we know that many sources of oil and gas are in the Mediterranean, and that's why there's a program that we need just to remove people from the Gaza Strip, because Ben-Gurion Channel goes through Gaza, goes through Gaza Strip, and so on. Here, Hamas, it's a radical or non-radical. It's not our issue to discuss. It's what kind of an entity that is. Earhts, famous paper, Israeli paper, spoke to that effect, wrote to that effect. So the analysts of Israel, they're writing about that. There's a gas strip there. And that's why there are still reasonable people who are beginning to raise their voice in the world. And in the West even, they start to speak differently. And so the West cannot continue to work in the same vein. And because there's a bloodbath, rivers of blood, and the avid activities of the West, we cannot tolerate that anymore. Even not, it's not important. Radical, non-radical, Hamas is. It's not irrelevant. so they spoke about the peaceful. They came out with peaceful proposals for the Israelis, and they immediately refused.
So immediately, and they get rejected all the time, as Mr. Primakov rightly said in his time, that here you can feel someone else's hand. We should raise our hands ourselves, and when it participates, it's always very negative role. It has a negative role. We should do it with our own hands. Thank you, Dr. Ali. I would like to pass the floor now to one more professor, Irina Viginska. She's different from other professors that by being the ex-postgraduate students of Mr. Primakov. We have two people here. I guess our colleague from Bulgaria also wrote her doctorate paper under the guidance of Mr. Primakov, and Irina is another ex-student of his. And considering what Alaga has said, it doesn't matter what kind of radical, non-radical, but still, Hamas movement, can we consider it a national movement, or is it Islamic movement? Islamic, yeah. One of the colleagues that I recently was speaking to, and partially I agree with his opinion, he says that over the last few years, Hamas did not drop a principle of Islamism, but the Islamic component in their identity gets weaker. What do you think you could say, just to describe, to classify this movement, national or Islamic? And the second question, considering that you have been working with Evgeny Primakov many years on matters of Middle East regulation, on Middle East problem solving, what can we do? How can we approach the solution of this Middle East conflict, considering that majority of the Israeli leaders, I'm not even talking about Ben Gvir mentioned everywhere, so they refuse to accept those ideas. Thank you. No, certainly not. Hamas is a national movement. It appeared. Yeah, I'm sorry. I asked. We shall come back to you certainly, but the question went to Irina. I understand that you have many things to say, but let us give you the floor as well. So, I believe that any movement can position themselves the way they want. As for Hamas, we all know that it started as Islamic organization with ideology of Muslim Brothers, and actually Israel supported them to oppose. Not for long. It's a myth, and it not exactly supported, but helped in the project, helped the Hamas project that had to do with charity, like schools or whatever. But this is a kind of naive perception, and probably some Israeli leaders were naive that they hope that Hamas will be the kind of the balance to the other organization, considering that one is secular and this one is Islamic, and there's no love lost and no understanding. But in 1987, the sheikh was imprisoned, and that's where it all ended. As for the positioning, Hamas positioning, yes, they have the right to position themselves as a religious and national organization. And over all those years, since 2006, when Hamas won the election and started ruling Gaza, their position kept changing. You cannot say that they have always been radical and anti-Israeli. As far as I remember, they even introduced changes in their own chart and made it more acceptable. It was a mix of religious and nationalistic, and they are not unique in this respect, and I don't see why they should be different from other organizations. And concerning your second question, is it possible to create two states? The answer is no, because what we are watching, what we see now, confirms very contradictory things. On one hand, we have a conflict that has never been pacified over many decades, though it kept changing. There was transformation. Moreover, the whole region went through transformations, the whole Middle East. And remember what we were thinking about 2 months ago. Say, look, the Middle East becomes a case of normalization, de-escalation. Look how now well they do between Saudi and Iran, like Turkey is getting closer to Arab states, and no one could foresee this explosion. This though we always kept saying that unregulated conflict, those smoldering conflicts always have a trend to blow up. But this case is unprecedented, absolutely unprecedented, because never so far over the whole history of Israel, any military organization that sometimes would kill Israeli, took hostages, but not at this scale, not so intentionally cruel to cause this response from Israel. They know pretty well what Israel is, and especially if you consider the fact that present Israeli government is a unique combination of secular nationalists with religious nationalists, the same phenomena, religious and nationalistic. I think that presently what we got from the new Middle East, the main thing is that this conflict so far has not expanded to a wider one involving other states or non-national, non-state actors. And so far we can state that we see very pragmatic approach of other states. No one wants expansion and further getting this conflict out of proportion. Everyone wants to finish this conflict as soon as possible, but it's impossible to finish it quickly. This is the most horrible conclusion. You listed some 5 options what can be done. Palestinian administration, international rule, Arab. No options will happen that you name. Presently, only one thing. That's what Israel wants and consider it possible, though I believe that their strategy, they are not having any decent strategy. They want to control the north completely and keep their armed forces there, and in themselves, they want to control the south themselves and allow international organizations to provide humanitarian aid. They probably dropped the idea of exterminating, just killing all Hamas people wherever they find. They won't do that in the south because the absolutely unacceptable collateral damage, too many deaths. And they will just try to track and kill terrorists wherever they find them, in other countries, in the Middle East, and they believe they will do it, though I doubt I doubt very much. And this long period of some unfinished intermediary state of Gaza, and Gaza population of Gaza is very negative, because sooner or later Gaza will leave the front pages of media magazines. We leave pictures in internet, images in newspapers, and when those pictures, those Gaza images will be substituted by something else, then I'm afraid that the interest to the problem of Palestine, unfortunately, may go to the back burner. But there is good news as well. As it is a lengthy process, it will certainly cause some movement inside the states involved, and we can probably expect a resignation of Netanyahu, and probably even a jail term for those Israeli leaders who have been shouting all their lives that they arranged great security, but actually what they did, they ensured colossal failure of security and great sufferings for their own and Palestinian population. Thank you so much, Irina. I believe we have some time for questions. Please, I ask the audience to raise their hands and ask those questions. My name is Daria from Moscow Institute of International Relations. Good afternoon. And the attention of the whole world is glued to the situation in Gaza and the Israeli-Palestinian conflict and other problematic situation of Middle East, and situation in Yemen and Libya, and situation in Syria. It all goes to the back burner indeed. And do we believe that largely this present situation in this Israeli-Palestinian conflict may hinder normalizing of the situation in Syria, reforms in that country, and actually slow down the final resolution of the Syrian conflict? And may it happen that this explosion of this lengthy conflict was artificially arranged to prevent Syria and other players to resolve their conflict? My question goes to Mr. Ramzi and Al Ahmed. Thank you so much. Mr. Ahmed, yes, I tend to agree with your conclusion that probably it might have been orchestrated to destabilize the situation in Syria and the Middle East. And when I mentioned that, you know, in our region, there are several projects. One of them that we know is Chinese project, One Belt, One Way. And naturally, Russia plays a great role in Syria and in the Middle East in order to keep the balance in the situation. And the West cannot live without it. Once you don't sell arms, if you don't steal goodies, so you cannot live without it. So no chance in hell they want stabilization. One of the options is exactly what you say. And I will remind you that Mr. Ramzi spoke about the project, exactly in the project in Sector Gaza, to control the oil and gas deposits on the shore of Lebanon, Palestine, and Syria on one hand. On the other hand, what I said about the Ben Gurion channel, this is the opposition to the Chinese project, One Belt, One Way, and at the same time Eurasian philosophy of Russia, including the cooperation with Syria. So I agree with you. Now, for balance, we shall pass the floor to the ambassador of Yemen, so His Excellency. And after you, our colleague from Armenia.
Thank you very much. I think this session of Primakov reading is the most relevant one with all the respect to other sessions, because Primakov was a great friend of our region and also big experience in the developments in our region. And of course, I understand that this issue of Gaza dominated the whole discussion related to the Middle East. But still, one lesson maybe the panelists can share with me, that whenever the religious matter is used, it backfires. This is the experience we have in the Arab side. And today, when this government in Israel is the most extremist one, and also giving more weight for the fanatics there in the government, for sure it will backfire on the situation in Israel itself. But the situation for sure after Gaza war will not be as it was before. And not only the issue of two states or one state solution or whatever, the most important thing is that a lot of analysts are focusing on the discrimination policies of the Israeli government, and they will go to the extent that it is almost to be of an apartheid system. And we saw how in South Africa this was ended. That's why my question to the panelists, that whatever it is, two-state solution or one state, of course, with equal rights to everybody in a democratic state, provided that it should be, a just and lasting peace in the region. Thank you very much.
Спасибо. Пожалуйста, вам. Я вас только...
Thank you. My request, please be brief, colleagues. We have little time. We have only one question left. Elena, if we have time for that, I'll try to be brief. My question to Dr. Naumkina, and if Irina will want to contribute, I'll be happy. You said that in Israel there may be multiple goals, and Hamas has only one clear goal: to vacate, to free the territory. My question is, what territory? Gaza became free in 2006. Correct me if I'm wrong. If they want other territories free from what? And a little bit wider, Hamas started military operation that could not end in victory by default. Military victory was absolutely impossible. What then was the purpose? So freedom for what? From what? What kind of territory, if it was the goal? And did they manage to reach that goal or not? May try to answer, just not to forget. And then I will pass the floor to, and the first question will go to our, who did you ask this question to? Good. Briefly. So, what was the goal? What they wanted to achieve with the operation? So you need to ask them, because I am not in charge of them. I cannot speak for them. And as for the freedom for for what move. Hamas have their own vision of Palestine. They want to set all Palestine free. They are against the recognition of Israel, and from their extremist slogan of complete refusal, negation of the rights of Israel. So they do not recognize Israel. They are for the long so-called pacification, pacifying. Arab colleague, no, what is a would know? Probably decades. It will last for decades. This kind of truce without signing the peace treaty, so that at any moment it can be stopped. But they believe it is just accepting the reality, and that's what they proclaim. In Moscow, we had Palestinian meetings, and Hamas participated, and other Islamistic radical organization, and the goal was to push them to unite on some common grounds. And but even agreeing to this simple formula, it's difficult for them to agree to creating a Palestinian state with the capital in eastern Jerusalem. So what then? They say no, because what about the West? If you accept the East, then you accept the West. So that's a platform, and they are kind of migrating from that radical to more moderate position. And I believe it's not bad that it's happening, but that's where I would like to stop. And what about the second question?
Would you like, to respond to Elena Suponina, and then one more question because our time is almost up. And thank you, Elena Suponina, a Russian politologist. So the day after tomorrow we'll celebrate 76 years since the resolution of the General Assembly to set up two states. Russia talks about that, but the question is about mechanisms. And this mechanism is should be directed at Irina Donovna and Shasta. So the way we talked is how the global community may help to set up Palestine. Some say so, not to reanimate a quartet. Some speak about the presence of other countries, international presence there. And the same question to Mr. Sajjadpur: does Iran think that by joint international efforts the Palestine issue can be resolved and addressed, or this is the issue of opposition and fight until the end, and there will be no end to it? I can answer very quickly, very shortly. Yes. So this. So we celebrate. We're going to celebrate the date, but it brings back very sad connotations. Because the decision was made, but the Palestinian state was not set up. So then the international format, and if it's realistic, it's not about format. If there is an international format, then we can just put both sides at the negotiating table and reach an agreement. No. So it's a special conflict. It's an unlikely conflict where the main role is played by identity. It cannot be overcome by simple solution. So let's divide this land. So this is our piece. This is our piece. This is our plot. This is yours. And then you can. It's not. It cannot be resolved like that. Then there is another issue, very important. That came around recently. So the Western Bank of Israel. So then it's huge level of interdependence. It's impossible to extricate one from the other. So because certainly we can play with the idea of independent state, but still related to Israel. How realistic to make it a fully independent state when they're so mixed and mingled together. Okay, so last question, then we're going to finish.
About Pakistan, I am in charge of Iran program there. My question is directed to Dr. Sajjadpur. Sir, when looking at the conflict transformation theory, we see that Palestine issue was first became the Arab-Israel conflict in which Arab badly lost. Then we see the second phase in which Palestine issue became the Iran-Israel conflict in which it became a sort of a balanced situation. And now this is the third phase in which we are seeing that Palestine issue has become the indigenous struggle in which Hamas and Palestine Islamic Jihad are present. So how do you see that this conflict transformation would impact the greater Middle East in the longer run? Thank you.
Yes.
First of all, I think on the issue of Iranian position of Palestine and the future, I think the Iranian position is very clear and principled, and it is based on a very clear solution, and that is to see the views of the people of the land of Palestine through an internationally known concept as referendum. Now, on the issue of transformation, I think it is very important not to, let's say, singularize just one dimension of Palestinian issue. First of all, I think more importantly, of course, it has Islamic Muslim dimension. All Muslims are touched by this. It is an Arab issue, or Arabs are touched. But I think more important, it's a humanistic issue. All human beings are concerned about this conflict. So whatever the transformation may be on grouping, organization, I think it is very simple. The people of Palestine have been deprived of a simple right, that is to live in their own land, and they have been expelled from their land. So I think this humanistic view is reflected in Muslim thinking, is reflected in Arab thinking, and is reflected in international, let's say, feeling about this issue. So we cannot limit it to one, let's say, one dimension. It is a more inclusive process, but I think the more we see these massacres, genocides, as Ambassador Ramsey said, I think globally people understand the depths of the nature of Zionist entity.
Уважаемые коллеги, я благодарю всех.
I'd like all the speakers and all those who have been asking questions, and I'm sorry that we are unfortunately those who failed to ask their questions, but our time is up, so we have a coffee break and then we'll continue. Thank you.
Уважаемые дамы и господа, сессия 3, Китай, США, соперничество, взаимосвязь, глобальная...